Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World. Business was steady, but then an influx of new four-legged friends changed everything. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients. The only problem, more appointments, meant he needed more space. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He used his card to furnish a new exam room, and everyone was happy. Built for Dr. Petsworth's business, built for your business, Amex Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and
have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T.Y. is here. So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about? So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant? Wow. And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Akwanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance. Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this? So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
Give us a call at 919-308-9090.
Oh, yeah. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Foti. I am the founder and CEO of Enolia LLC and Easy Step Group. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, across the USA, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker will be speaking about influencing people in business. Our first speaker is Jaquela Hunter of Harvesting Hope. Jaquela, a mental wellness and trauma coach on a mission to help others achieve their dreams and goals while embracing their authentic self. Jaquela's passion for mental wellness and healing was born out of her own journey of overcoming poverty, growing up in a dysfunctional household, and experiencing firsthand the impact of systematic oppression and violence. I present to you Jaquela Hunter. And just a moment. There we go. And Jaquela, your mute button, sweetheart.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
And I'm doing well, and we're so happy to have you here on the Black Business Network. And I'll tell you, I present to you Jaquela Hunter, and genius is common, and I will see you, Jaquela, on the other side.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just want to thank everyone for tuning in this morning, not only to grow yourself, but to grow your business or to grow your family. And so it is such an honor to be here. I do not take it lightly to be here to share with you guys a little bit about myself and a little bit about being an influencer business. Right. And so before I always get into my talks, I'd like to thank God for being here. Right. And I get into a slight prayer. And I just say, God, thank you for allowing me to be here in this space. I just pray that you use me to touch anyone in this space and allow my words to flow through me so that others may see you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. And so this morning, everybody, I'm going to talk to you about influencing people in business, because here's the thing about business. It is a strict responsibility, right? I do not take it lightly that I was given the gift to be a business owner. And I know that with business comes a lot of responsibilities, right? And so let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am Jakayla Hunter, mental wellness and trauma coach. I'm a business owner. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I'm a multifaceted mama. I do all of the things. I have 4 beautiful children and an amazing husband who I started a business with. And that has allowed me to grow immensely in so many areas of life. And so when I became a business owner, for me, it was definitely life-changing. I had no clue how it was going to change my life, but it was a life-changing experience. And so I was born in Norfolk, Virginia, and I currently live in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And so where I come from, the only businesses that you typically see is the drug business. I'm just going to be honest, right? That is how people are financially stable in the community where I come from. They are in illegal things. They deal drugs of some sort. Maybe they're dealing with illegal things of that sort. And so for me, I decided to go the professional route. I really didn't know anything about being in business for yourself in the correct way until I got older. And so I decided to go into school. I went into college. I got my bachelor's degree in chemistry, and my goal was to become a pharmacist. And so I worked in the pharmacy for about 7 years, and I realized that the healthcare industry was not healing the people. I worked in the pharmacy, and I would see the same customers come in every week or every month, and they didn't seem to be getting better. They seemed to be only wanting their medications. And for me, it made me feel as if the healthcare industry had a greater responsibility. And so I decided that pharmacy wasn't the route that I was going to go, because I wanted to help people heal, and I didn't see people healing in pharmacy. Yes, it was great innovative medicine, but it seemed to be more about the money as opposed to helping people heal. And so fast forward, right, I was working in the pharmacy, and at this point I was working on the insurance side. And at this point I only had 1 daughter, and I got into business. I got into the financial industry. And when I started off in the financial industry, my mind exploded. I received so much great knowledge. I began to learn the business principles that I hadn't been taught before, right? I began to learn the fundamentals of business. I began touching elbows with wealthy people, learning principles about finances and money that had never been taught to me before. My mom was a single parent, and so all she knew was you go to work, you get paid, you pay bills, and then you still struggle. And so for me, I didn't want to perpetuate that narrative. I declared myself a generational curse breaker. And I decided that I was going to learn about business and learn how I could truly walk into where God wanted me to be, because I always knew that he had a calling on my life, but I just didn't know how I was going to get there. I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to do it. But when I found the financial industry, I knew that that was the gateway to get me somewhere different. Right. And so I was a year out of college, and I had no clue what to do. And I started this financial business, and I knew that I was onto something. Well, in the financial business, that's where I met my husband. And that's where we began to really thrive in entrepreneurship. We began to understand that that was how we were going to get our family to the next level. And that was how God was going to use us to truly walk in our purposes. And so after I learned all of these valuable insights about the business industry and all of these valuable principles, and I really learned how money works and how to utilize it so that you can create a lifelong legacy, not only for yourself, but generations to come, I knew that that's where I was going to be for the rest of my life. And then COVID happened. The pandemic hit and our business took a hit. And so when the pandemic hit, everyone was in the house. I had just had a newborn. I think right around March, he had turned 6 months. And so we were all in the house, and postpartum hit me really badly. Our business wasn't thriving like it was. My husband was kind of not being able to move and shake the way that he did. And I kind of fell into a little depression. But I knew the principles of business. I knew that business was going to be how I got my message out into the world. And so I began to do some deep introspection, and I began to do some deep self-reflection. And I was just asking God, okay, God, where do you need me to be? Where do you need me to be in this space? Where can I thrive? And so he began to reveal to me that he began to show me, right? You've always wanted to help people heal. I've given you the gift of healing. I'm a spiritual healer. I've always given you the gift of healing. And so I developed a deep passion to take my own healing journey, right? And show people how you can heal, especially powerful Black women, right? Because I was a wife, I was a mother, I was working, I was a business owner, I was doing all of these things. And so I had to use these special healing techniques that I had developed to help keep me afloat so that I'm not always feeling like I'm drowning in the responsibilities of family. And so I began to truly gain a passion, not only for business, but for how can I take my gifts, right? And what God has told me my purpose is to help people heal. How can I take my passion and my purpose and turn it into something where I'm getting a paycheck, right? And so here's the thing about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is right at that cusp where your passion, your purpose, and your paycheck and persistence meet. So let's say that again. Entrepreneurship is at the cusp of passion, purpose, a paycheck, and perseverance. Because here's the thing, if you're just doing something for a paycheck, then it's just a job. If you're just passionate about something, then it's just a hobby. But when you incorporate your purpose, your God-given purpose, and your passion, you're definitely going to get a paycheck. But when you become persistent about that thing and you begin to persevere, that's where you're able to create a business and you're able to become an entrepreneur. And so, no matter how many times I fell down in this business, I always got back up, right? I've had 2 children while running this business, and running a household is not easy in itself. However, having newborn babies is a whole different story. And so I've always remembered my passion and my purpose. And when I'm working in my true purpose, that's truly where I'm going to get the pay, right? And it doesn't always have to be monetary value, but that's where I'm going to reap the rewards of what I see. And so after I developed my own definition of what it actually meant to be in business and what it actually meant to be an entrepreneur, I decided to really work hard at it because I was passionate about it. I am passionate about healing. I believe that everyone deserves to be free of bondage or past traumas and all things that are hindering them from getting to the next level. I truly believe that as we walk into who God has called us to be, that is where we will become abundant in so many facets. And that is where we will truly be able to help others. And so here's the thing about business, right? When you get into business, influencing becomes a lifestyle. When you get into business, not only are you able to develop a way to help people get to the next level, but you also are able to, but you also are able to allow yourself to elevate people. And so business, you inherently become an influencer. And when I say influencer, I don't mean a social media influencer, because oftentimes we have social media influencers, but they're just doing it for entertainment. Oftentimes we have influencers and they're not in a space where they're truly in their purpose and their passion. Maybe they're just out looking for a paycheck, and that's okay. That has nothing to do with me. For me, I want to be in my purpose. I want to have passion and I want to generate a paycheck, but I want to work really hard at what I'm doing and I want to grow myself. And so Give me one moment. I misplaced my paper. And so here's the thing about when you're truly walking in your purpose. When you're truly walking in your purpose, what it allows you to do is it allows you to service other people. It allows you to have a heart for others. And so when I became super passionate about pursuing this business, I knew that the purpose of my business was not for me. The purpose of my business was not how can I get from point A to point B. It's how can I come into this world? How can I come into this place and create a difference in the lives of the masses, right? I have an affirmation that I speak every day, and I say, Harvesting Hope Foundation is a world-renowned organization that has helped billions of individuals heal into their higher selves. And so when you come into business, it's not just about you anymore. It's about the influence that you have on people because you are super passionate about it and you want to change the world, right? When you're persistently passionate about your purpose, you begin to influence others. And so here's the thing about influence. Whether you believe it or whether not, once you become a business owner, you inherit the responsibility to influence other people. You inherit the responsibility to make a change in the world. You believe that what you have created, the innovation that is in your business, the innovative ideas that you have developed and come up with and turned into a business, they will make a difference in the world. And so now that you believe that those differences will make those changes that you have developed in your business will make a difference in the world, now you have influence. You have inherited influence. But here's the thing about influence. It's not always a good thing. There is positive influence and there is negative influence. And so you have to decide, how can I perpetuate a positive influence in the community, in the world, in the grocery store? So it becomes more so a lifestyle as opposed to just a social media thing. Yes, you're definitely going to use social media as a platform to influence people and to influence the masses. However, you're not going to allow yourself to say one thing and not live it. Because the reality is your influence will have a huge impact on the masses if you are passionate and persistent about it. And so I don't want you to think that influencing is just a social media presence, because once you think that it's just a social media presence, you forget what you're doing off of social media. You forget, okay, here I am posting these quotes on social media. Here I am creating these reels on Instagram, or if you're on LinkedIn, if you're on Facebook, here I am creating this narrative on social media. However, if someone sees me in purpose, I'm not the most pleasant person to be around. When someone's doing business with me in person, can they trust me? Do I have credibility with them? And so you have to ask yourself, right? Yes, I want to be a business owner because I'm passionate about it. I believe this is truly my purpose, and I believe what I have will change the world. And so I'm going to be persistent and I'm going to work towards it. However, am I ready for the inherent responsibility of becoming an influencer? Because that's exactly what you become, right? And so let's talk about influence a little bit, because here's the thing about me. I'm a word enthusiast. I love definitions. I love the English language. I love how certain words can mean certain things in different instances. And so I found 2 definitions of influence that I really love, and I wanted to share them with you. And so the first is a person or thing with the capacity or power to have an effect on someone or something. I'm going to read that one more time. A person or thing with the capacity or power to have an effect on someone or something. And the second definition says the capacity to have an effect on the character, development, or behavior of someone or something, or the effect itself. And so let's blend those 2 definitions together. The reality is, once you get into business, right, you have the capacity, you have the power to affect people. That is an inherent, and it happens, right? And sometimes you don't even realize it happens, right? That's how sometimes people get into social media bits and they're like, oh, I didn't realize the influence that I had on people. When you become a business owner, you believe that the product or the service that you render will change the world. So you inherit influence. It comes with the business. You choose whether or not it becomes a positive or a negative influence. You choose whether or not you're going to have an indirect or direct influence on the people that you come in contact with, right? And so it is super important and super imperative that as you understand the greater effect and the grand scheme of things, it allows you to realize that your purpose becomes so much bigger. Because at first your purpose was just to help people heal, but now that you become a business owner and you're helping people heal with your business, now not only is your purpose to help people heal, your purpose is to influence other people to understand that they need healing. Perfect example for me. I am a mental wellness and trauma coach. And so for me, oftentimes, Black women are some of the strongest women that I encounter. They do everything. They are here, they are there, and they do it looking flawless. However, Black women are also the least likely to heal themselves from past traumas and generational curses. Now, once I decided to pursue my own healing journey, once I became a young mother, I was a mother at 19, I decided to pursue my own healing journey, and it changed my life tremendously, right? I then decided that I was super passionate about healing and I wanted to translate that into a business. Now my responsibility became totally different. Not only was I responsible for my own healing and the own continuation of my ever evolving healing journey, I now said that I wanted to influence other strong, powerful Black women to take off their capes and begin to heal themselves as well. That is a total different responsibility. It's something different when you have a responsibility for yourself or when you have a responsibility for others. And so when my business was born, Harvesting Hope Foundation, and I opened my holistic healing center, I took on a greater responsibility because I knew that people needed to heal. People needed to see that they deserve to be free from the bondage of their past traumas and that they could thrive personally, professionally, and in their parenting lives. And so that is what drives me. I understand that I'm not just responsible for my healing anymore because I have influence. But not only is my influence other people seeing me heal, my influence is encouraging and inspiring other women to know that they too can heal. Right? And so what is your business? What are you responsible for? What are you responsible for influencing others that they can do? Are you responsible for influencing others that they can believe in themselves? Are you responsible for influencing others that they need to get their car oil changed every time when it's due, right? What is your purpose? What is your passion? And what are you pursuing to get that paycheck? You now have influence over more people than just yourself. And so you have to think about it. How am I showing up to show my influence? Right? And so when you are an influential leader or an influential business owner, what you do is you're able to drive positive change and inspire other people. How are you inspiring others? How are you driving change in the community? How are you driving people going from nothing to something? How are you driving people going from good to great? How are you driving people from going from dissatisfied to satisfied? That's what you have to think about when you get into business. How am I influencing and inspiring others? Right? I believe that I have to continue to influence strong Black women to start their healing journey. Yes, you made it to the C-suite. Yes, you're making 6 figures a year. Yes, you are doing all of these phenomenal things, but are you truly free? Are you truly walking in your purpose? And I just influence them not only by living it, but also by encouraging them to do so. Right? And so once I understood influence and I understood that my mission when I got into business was greater than myself and greater than me just helping women in my community to heal, I understood that it was a global impact. That became my greatest contributing factor to my success and my growth in business. How you influence people speaks volumes about who you are and how you do it. Are you, and here's the thing, right? I had to ask myself, how can I use the business that I have in the moment to change the world for many moments to come? And that's a great question that you should ask yourself. This is a business that God has given me because I am truly walking in my purpose. How can I use this present moment now to perpetuate a chain effect of making great moments to come? Well before I'm gone. Well before I'm gone. And so it becomes a great thing when you are understanding the power of influence in business, understanding how you need to move in business because you are an influencer, not because you have a social media presence, right? We all can develop a social media presence, but it has to be at that cusp of passion, purpose, you're getting a paycheck, and you're persistent about it. Once you're at the cusp of those four things, you realize the influence is so much greater than the social media influence. Much past the platform of LinkedIn, much past the platform of Instagram and Facebook. Who are you influencing in the world? Who are you influencing by your presence? How you speak to people on and off the camera. Those are all a part of your influence, right? And so you have to realize that it is, when you get into business as an influencer, these are acts that are greater than yourself. These are acts that are greater than who you have thought that you were going to become, because now the mission is not just you. The mission is not just your household. The mission is the world. How can I change the world? Right? And so I really want you to remember that question. How can I use the business that I have in this moment to change the world for many moments to come? That's a super powerful question. And so when you get into business, influencing, as I keep stating, becomes a lifestyle. It's not an act that you put on, or it's not something where you say, today I feel like being an influencer. You're influencing people whether you want to or not. And so you have to consciously and carefully make the decisions that are catering to who you are, catering to your brand, catering to who you want to be and how you want to be seen in the world, catering to how you want to make people feel. Because now that you've decided to become a business owner, you take on that role of being an influencer. You have the power now. When you get into business, it gives you, and let's go back to that definition. When you get into business, it gives you the power to have an effect on someone or something. But you have an effect on their development. How well or not well is someone developing because you decided that you didn't want to take on the responsibility of being an influencer in business? How well is someone behaving or misbehaving because you decided that you didn't want to take on the inherent role of being an influencer, or you decided that when you wanted to influence, it was just for social media. It wasn't a lifestyle that you wanted to partake in. How well are you influencing someone's character? What are you teaching? What are you teaching? Excuse me. As a business owner, you have to ask yourself, right? Because when we get into business, we take on so many roles. We don't realize that it's for the grander scheme of things. But once you begin to realize it, how are you choosing to influence people? How are you choosing to influence people? And so I want to talk about two major components of influence. These components are really what are going to set you apart from your competitors. They're what's going to set you apart from other people in business. And they're really what are going to determine who you are. And so I want to talk to you about credibility and trust. Credibility and trust in business are two of the most important components of influence in business. And so here's the thing. When you get into business, you have to understand human nature and human psychology. Because most of the time when you get into business, you're doing it with people. Even if you have a product and you don't have to talk to people, you have to have some form of communication with people, right? And so you have to ask yourself, am I able to build credibility and trust? Because credibility and trust are what your influence is going to be built on. They are the foundational elements of your influence. And so here's the thing. You have to understand and know that people are naturally skeptical. We are biologically wired to judge things and to see if it makes sense to us. No, unless they've learned to be. Most people will say no before they even know what it is. And especially if you don't have any credibility with them. If you don't have any credibility with a person, they're going to say, no, I'll pass. And it could be the greatest product in the world. Everybody needs to heal. Healing is something that is worldwide. I mean, everyone from your grandpa to your grandma to your Aunt Lucy, everybody needs to heal, because once you heal, you free your spirit of some burdens and you free yourself of some things. However, I can go up to Wanda right now and say, hey, Wanda, my name's Jakayla Hunter. I'm a mental wellness and trauma coach, and I want to help you heal. Wanda's probably going to say, oh, no, I'm fine. Because I have no credibility with Wanda. She doesn't trust me. She doesn't know me from a can of paint. And so even though I know that what Wanda needs is going to change her life, I have to influence Wanda that this is something that's going to be great for her. Now, here's the thing about influence, right? Influence is not manipulation. Influence is not convincing someone that they need something when they don't need it. And influence is not perpetuating this narrative that somebody is going to be less than because they don't have something, right? Influence is inspiring action and driving results for the greater good. So when you understand that there's a difference between influence and manipulation, you begin to shift your narrative and the words that you say to people and how you interact with people. No, I'm not going to tell you. Of course, I know that you need healing, but I'm not going to tell you that you're going to wither away and die because you don't want to embark on your healing journey right now. Timing is everything. And so I will continue to influence you both directly and indirectly, maybe with encounters that we have, or I'll continue to work with other people and you'll see the results and I'll begin to gain my credibility with you. Oh, Jakayla, she helped her too. Oh, I remember. Oh, she's been working with Jakayla. Oh, I saw Jakayla post this. I've seen this testimonial about Jakayla. And then once you begin to build credibility with people, then they begin to look at you differently. You begin to be able to influence them. You have to posture yourself in a certain position to gain influence over people. Yes, you inherit it in the business, but how are you posturing yourself? Because sometimes you can gain a negative influence. You can start influencing people negative because of how you postured yourself. You're pushy, you're rude, you're super passionate about your business, but because you're so passionate, it comes across as arrogance, right? So you have to think about all of those little nuances that can change your influence from positive to negative when you're in business. You have to understand that people are naturally going to say no first, most of the time. Now, here's the thing. If they say no, does that mean that they don't need what you do or have anymore? No, that just means that they're not convinced. That just means that you haven't developed the credibility with them. That just means that you haven't postured yourself in a place where you now have influence in them. That doesn't change your mission. That doesn't change your purpose. That doesn't change your passion. That doesn't change who you are or what you're going to do. All it does is allow you to know that, hey, I need to continue to build my influence. And that's okay. It's okay that you have to know that you have to posture yourself in a certain way where other people now can do well. So you also want to talk about what credibility actually is, because sometimes people think credibility is just your word is your bond. No, credibility is the level of trust, but not only the level of trust, the level of belief that others have in your expertise, your integrity, and your ability to deliver results. And so when you think about credibility in that terms, it's like, okay, they may trust me, but how deep is their trust with me? Okay, they believe a little bit, but have I truly shown them and have I truly inspired them to believe in the transformational power of healing? Have I truly allowed them a space where, they see my expertise? Or am I always acting as if they know what I know? Am I showing up when I'm supposed to show up? Am I delivering what I'm supposed to be delivering? Am I standing on what I believe in? When they see me on social media, is my presence the same as when they see me in person? Now, don't get me wrong. We're all people and we all have our days. However, you can tell the difference between someone having a bad day and someone just having a bad attitude all the time. Are you snide? Are you snarky? Because that is an indirect influence. It will leave a negative influence on people. Yeah, I don't like the way they do business. Yeah, they know a lot, but I don't like the way they talk to me. I don't like the way that they make me feel. Here's the thing about people. People are always going to remember how you made them feel. That will last much longer than what you told them. So you have to make sure what you're telling them is making them feel the way that they want to feel or the way that they need to feel. That's a part of influence. That's a part of influence in business. Also, you want to think about this. Showcase your knowledge. Here's the thing. People don't know what you know. And just because you know it and you feel like you ran it into the ground thousands and thousands and thousands of times again, that does not mean that other people feel the same way. That does not mean that other people feel as though, hey, I've said this time and time again, and I'm tired of hearing it. Guess what? If they're tired of hearing it, they'll either take action on it or they'll go listen to something else. But you can't miss out on sharing what you know for the people who have never heard it before. Your expertise is what will help you build your credibility, right? So showcase what you know. Deliver on your promises. When you come into business, oftentimes we have this big grandiose vision. And I know for me, I have a huge vision for my business, but I have to remember that I need to deliver the promises that I have, right? Okay, hey, I'm telling my community, I'm coming out with a journal and it'll be out soon. And my community's waiting for my journal and it's never came out, right? So I had to make sure that I was delivering what I said that I was going to do, because that is going to affect the credibility in my business. They're like, oh, Jacayla said that she was coming out with a journal and I've been looking for it. And then eventually they stopped looking for it because I'm not delivering on my promises. I'm not delivering on what I said. I'm also not being consistent in what I'm doing. I feel like consistency is the key to building credibility. No, you may not build influence right then and there in the business, but the more consistent you are, the more people see how reliable you are and the more they see that they can trust you. So you have to continue to be consistent. You have to continue to be persistent, and you have to continue to know that this is exactly what you want to be. Credibility and trust are the extreme foundations of business, and credibility and trust are what's going to lay the foundation for your influence as a business owner, right? I'm super grateful for the opportunity to speak with you guys. Again, I am Jacayla Hunter, and I can be found on all social media platforms as Jacayla Hunter. I can also be found on my website, harvestinghopefoundation.co. And I just thank you guys for the opportunity to let me talk to you about how you can be an amazing influencer in your business. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Jacayla. We are so happy to have had you here. Thank you for your wisdom. And those are powerful, powerful points. And that genius will always be there on the other side. So thank you, Jacayla. And I would like to just let everyone know about our scholarship fund. So as we go on, I would like to let you know that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You might go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for July 2023. And that is a great thank you to NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, and Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
Give us a call at 919-308-9090.
Oh, yeah. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Foti. I am the founder and CEO of Enolia LLC, co-founder of Easy Step Group, Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development, and Chief Content Officer for Fave Unite TV. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So next we have our fireside chat, capacity building for women and minority business owners. Our next speaker is Dominique Milton, President and Chief Engagement Officer at Carolinas Virginia Minority. CEO of the Carolinas Virginia Minority and Supplier Development Council, CVMSDC.org, also known as the Council. As an international connector, Milton's goal is to create wealth by certifying, developing, connecting, and advocating for ethnic and minority-owned businesses. MBEs, the Council serves minority business owners and corporate partners in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. As a regional affiliate of NMSDC.org, a 48-year-old nonprofit advocacy group, they are the largest certifying agency for MBEs in the USA. I present to you Dominique Milton.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you to Dr. Kelly, and welcome to our intentional segment where we will showcase a successful minority business owner and share with you real-time tips on driving business success. It's a pleasure to be back. So we are proud to be a sponsor of the show and to help promote scholarships for youth. At CVMSDC.org, we serve as a growth engine for ethnic minority businesses. Owners, I encourage you to seek advocacy support as you grow your business. We are a 51-year-old company with international reach. Visit us at www.cvmsdc.org for details. We certify, we develop, connect, and advocate for business owners. Our largest conference, BOC 23, will be held August 1st and 2nd in Richmond, Virginia, and registration is still open for our listeners. Today's guest will be one of our panel speakers for Elevate, our Business Opportunity Conference. So let's jump in today. Vanessa Matthews is the founder and chief resilience officer of Asphalis, I always have trouble saying the name of her business, Asphalis Advisors, where their purpose is to help clients uncover their blind spots and protect the legacy of leaders globally. Matthews and team accomplish that by living their organization's core values, the only non-negotiable in their business. Matthews took a particular interest in crisis management when, as a young woman, she found herself caught up in a natural disaster for which her hometown of Atlanta was not prepared. She is the first female in the state of Georgia to graduate with a degree in Homeland Security and Emergency Management. She has worked with Tier 1 intelligence agency, Fortune 500 companies, and has received local, national, and international recognition for her work to restore businesses and community resilience. Matthews obtained a master's of business administration from the University of South Carolina, a bachelor's in Homeland Security and Emergency Management from Savannah State University, and she is a certified business continuity planner. Vanessa is a certified MBE, that's a minority business entrepreneur enterprise, with CVMSDC.org. Welcome to Black Expo, where genius is common, Vanessa. Come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. It's so good to have you here. We're so excited to have you come in for our conference next week. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, and I'm excited about the conference as well.
Good. And folks, the reason why she's speaking at the conference is because she stepped up and volunteered, right? We saw that there was a need, and she raised her hand. She says, "Hey, Dominique, do you need me to help you?" And I said, "Absolutely." So first lesson today, you have not because you asked not. She asked and she has a position, right?
Amen.
Good. Amen. Well, let's get started because you are in a unique position. You were the first woman to graduate in your program from Savannah State, and you really fill a unique niche. Tell us about your business and the problem that you solve, Vanessa.
Yeah. So as Flawless Advisors, our why of why we exist is twofold. One, we're here to help protect the legacy of leaders. We believe that the work that we do serves leaders, and so we believe that every leader truly wants to leave a legacy behind. And then our second why is to help businesses to uncover their blind spots. And so in today's day and age, when you think about supply chain interruptions, insider threats, safety and security concerns, transitions in the workforce, as well as just the challenges of business and some of the things that we can't control, like geopolitical risks, typical challenges that our customers call for are, number one, they want to make sure that they're meeting all of the requirements and they're meeting the best practices when it comes to truly managing and mitigating risk in their business. Number two, they want to have a plan, right? So many of the organizations that we work with are typically large $3 to $5 billion portfolios, and some might be $50 million. And that's a lot of investment in your business and the organization for you not to have a plan for what happens if I lose my people, my technology, my suppliers, or the buildings that I operate in. And so they typically call us to help them figure out what's the contingency if X happens and it doesn't work. Many of us have insurance. Insurance is great, but insurance doesn't give you the plan to execute when something happens that you're not expecting.
Excellent, excellent. So let's break it down for our viewers, Vanessa. Most of your clients, the majority of your clients are large, big business, as you just said, right? But you also can provide tools and tips for your smaller businesses. And let's be honest. I mean, you're a business owner. I was a business owner. I still am a business owner. But when you're growing a business, you are not thinking about, risk management. You're thinking about how I'm going to survive, how I'm going to get the payroll done, what are we going to do to keep the lights on? And you're not thinking about that emergency situation like when we went into COVID. I know two businesses right off the top of my head that started the week of COVID. And, they opened their business the week right before COVID and then had to shut down. No one was prepared for what we went through. So talk to us about how your business can serve and how some of the tips that you provide can serve our smaller businesses.
So you bring up a great point. As a small business owner, my number one risk has for the past 9 years been pipeline and sales, right? That is my risk because cash solves problems and cash brings oxygen to your business. What's interesting is October 2024 will be our 10th year in business.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And we hit a period in 2019 where some of the risks that I encountered as a business owner came out. So I hired a person that I should not have hired that did not align to the values of our business. I didn't have core values in place. And so I allowed them to stay longer than what they should have. As a result of that, we lost 4 of our clients and we had 0 revenue for 13 months in a row. And so just imagine by month 3, you're thinking, okay, something will happen. And then month 4 happens. And then month 5 happens. And then month 8 happens. And so it's the constant no that was the most challenging part. And the reason why I say that is as a business owner, we want to go and get the clients. And I had one of my coaches say to me, 2019 is going to be important for you because of what you do. You're in the business of crisis management. So you can't advise a customer of any business, no matter the size, if you also don't go through your own crisis, because it's crisis situations that show you who you are and how you lead in times of adversity. And so the lesson that we had to learn as a business owner was, number one, what are your core values? What are the non-negotiables in your business that you cannot live without? Because at the end of the day, you have to have people to run a business. And it is critical that the brand that you've developed, what you stand for, is consistent throughout your business. The previous speaker talked about, how to build credibility is all about consistency, right? And that's true. It's one thing if Dominique is consistent, but it's another thing if the 3 people on her staff are also consistent, right?
That's right.
So that's the first thing. The second thing that I had to do was I had to build my confidence back up. I was challenged because of all of the no's, of all of the setbacks, and honestly, the failure I had never experienced that amount of failure sustained for that amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was important to have groups like CDMSDC and other business groups where you're surrounded by entrepreneurs who understand, but also people who have experienced that and have recovered and rebounded, because I was in a dark place where my network believed in me more than I believed in myself.
Yeah. I remember that call you made to me.
Right.
Right.
And it was people like you and others that had to help to pick me up or to help encourage. And so that was critical. And then the third thing was and is, right, what are the things that we can learn and how do we rebound and get back in the game? And so while I went 13 months with no revenue, that doesn't mean that I stopped my business development and sales activities. I had to learn a new strategy. So one of the things that we noticed was my sales cycle back then was 8 months to 3 years long, which means I would court a company for 8 months to 3 years with no revenue. So how do we rearrange the product mix so that the market can see the value sooner? And how do we take a 3-year sales cycle and condense it down to now it's less than 90 days?
Nice. Very
right.
nice.
So those are some things that I had to learn. But to your point, I didn't care about active shooters. I didn't care about supply chain, nothing. I cared about sales and revenue.
Right. So let's pause on that. Let's go back and break it down for our viewers, because I heard quite a few things in what the wisdom that you just dropped there. First and foremost, I know that what really helped you out of that was a coach.
Yep.
Okay. And so a lot of people think, hey, and this is common, right? This is one of the biggest problems we have. I can do this. I can do this on my own. I got this, right? I know how to run my business. And so you start running, using your own money. Then your finances get bad, thinking you have all the solutions. And then you don't have an out, right? When you look up, you're drowning, as you said, right? So you were smart enough to bring in a coach to look from the outside in. And you brought in 2 coaches, really, or 2 or 3 of us, right? But 2 coaches to really help you to pivot, swivel, or whatever you want to call it, to figure out what's wrong. Where do I need to make adjustments, right? So listeners, point number 2 here is make sure that you are seeking the help of others. And our organization is designed for that. Folks think that they can do it by themselves, but there are advocacy groups out there like ours to really be a resource for you when you hit that brick wall, right? Yep. So the coach was critical. And then you said your core values. Again, people are spending just trying to make the widgets, service a client, and they don't have their core values in place. And so that's another point. And then the team. Our team is the most important part of the work that we do, right? You're solving a problem, but if your team is not the right team, then you're just going upstream, and fighting a losing battle. So talk to us about some more of the challenges that you had in starting your business, or let's focus on restarting your business. What were the challenges that you had? And talk to one thing I like our viewers to understand is when you hit that brick wall, that's when stuff really starts, right? That's when you know, okay, I got something here, right? There's a brick wall here for a reason. How do you get over that brick wall?
Yeah. So there were a couple of things. So once we went through 2019, then COVID happened, right? Yes. So while everybody was struggling because they were impacted by COVID, my COVID was 2019. So I was like, well, we already did all that, right? So now everybody starts calling because this thing of risk and crisis management that I do were concepts and words that the average American had never seen or heard of or understood. So now in COVID, everybody kind of understands, oh, everybody's susceptible to crisis. Yes. Right. And it doesn't have to be a catastrophe for it to be a crisis, right? Right. So that was the first thing. So then one of the hurdles that we had to overcome was the message. So I was, because of my corporate experience and my government experience, what I knew how to do was to get to the table. What I didn't know what to do was how to better perfect my message so that when I'm in front of people, you know what to do with me and you know how to utilize me. And so one of my business coaches was very helpful about how do you make it as easy as possible for people to know when to pick up the phone and call you and when not to call you. And that is on me as a business owner. That's not on them, right? And so in my head space, I might say, well, this person doesn't want to help me. They don't want to hire me. Well, it's not really that. It's, am I being clear in who are we? What's the problem that we solve? How do we do business? And then how do I communicate that in an effective way? And also, who is my buyer, right? So just because I meet the CEO, that's the relationship, but also understanding the dynamic that you're not working with the CEO. They're going to hand you off to the counterpart. And so when I say, hey, I'm CEO of so-and-so, and Vanessa, I want you to go meet my HR director. I knew that just like I got that CEO to trust me and build a relationship.
Right.
Now, step 2 is get this person to trust you and build that relationship so that when that handoff comes, they have a good report back to their boss. And it helps to make the transition process to bring in as follows advisors as a solution, right? So that was key, was the messaging and understanding the relationship dynamics. The third part for me was about really gaining clarity, right? Where's this thing going? And what you gonna do when you get there? So I'm very big with strategy and being a visionary, but sometimes as a business owner, and I can speak for myself, I started my business for a couple reasons. One, I realized that through government and private sector, there was no way I was going to work for a Fortune 500 company for the rest of my life. The second thing was because coming out of an HBCU into a predominantly white workforce where systems and structures of systematic racism were in place, I was exhausted and did not want to continue my professional career in those places that were not supportive. So the only other option was for me to start my own business, right? But then thirdly, I started it because I know how to do crisis management. What I didn't realize at the time was you picked a consulting business, and consulting is extremely hard to scale. And most investors do not want to invest in a consulting business, which means I've had to bootstrap my business with my own cash for the last 9 years.
Wow.
Right. So because of that, and then now being in a position of, 5 to 7 years after we started the business, and now having to think about, so where are we going? What's the 10-year big, hairy, audacious goal? And how do you work backwards? And so as a result of that, we had to then think about what are the solutions we're offering to the market? How do we truly differentiate ourselves? And so it went from, I'm just surviving to get out of corporate, I just want to hit $1 million in revenue, to now, no, you're a marketplace solution.
Yes.
That's a contender. And now you're competing with my $1 billion competitors who are backed by private equity firms. We're now winning deals and beating them out of deals.
There you go. There you go. That's powerful. That's powerful. And to our listeners, the hardest part here is she's not selling a widget, right? So it's nothing tangible. It's so intangible, and you're selling service, right? And for our service providers, it is harder and harder to make that entry into a corporation. And you hit the nail on the head when you said you had to fix your messaging, right? So you have to explain to people when and how you enter. Right. It's so easy. They know, okay, coffee, we know where the coffee goes, right? It goes in the break room, right? But where does Vanessa Matthews go? How can we enter her into this corporation? And so learning how to perfect that messaging, meet the right people. Then the second part you talked about is relationships. People, you have to understand how critical relationships are. And I always tell my folks, if the number is not in your phone, if your number is not in their phone, it's not who you know, it's who knows you, right? It doesn't work. The relationship is not there. And in terms of relationships, let's talk about how you nurture and build relationships. It's not just a one and done, right? If you need me, you can text me in the middle of the night, right? Because we have a relationship and it's been built over time. So, and you can say, hey, I need X, Y, and Z. You're at the top of my list because of that relationship that we have. So let's talk about relationships a little bit.
Yeah. So a couple of things there. One is, what I appreciate is I had a great example of my mom and my dad, and everywhere we lived, typically we were in some spaces and times of our life where we lived close to family, and when we did not. And so my parents were very good about creating family and creating community where we lived. And so I think those were the building blocks and the foundation of how to build a relationship, how to maintain contact. I think the second thing is I personally have a desire to add value. If I can't add value, I don't want to be involved, right? And so I say that because when I meet people, I know what they can do for me, but my big question is, well, what can I do for you?
Right.
And that was something that I learned in business, that you need to bring that to the conversation ASAP. Because oftentimes, right, depending on who you're speaking with, everybody's always pulling at them. And so it's helpful when you are on the other end of the table, and even though you may not have nothing that you can offer, it's just asking the question to create the awareness that these people appreciate. And then I think the other side of that, so one thing I learned through 2019 and working with one of the coaches that helped me to pick my confidence up off the floor was there's this book that we read, and it talked about building your success network or your top 100 list. And so what I did is I built a list and I said, okay, who are all the people that love Vanessa Matthews, who want to see me win? Let's put the business aside. Who loves me, right? So I made a list of like, here's my 50 people. And then my coach said, okay, who are the people that can make a decision to hire you today? That list of 50 went down to like 10. And then it said, okay, who are the people that can influence those 10 decision makers? That might have been 20. And then the other list was who are the people that are just good people and they're great relationships to have, but they may not be able to help you actually grow your business, right? And that bucket went to now 30 over here. And so what it helped to do was to understand, okay, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, my job as a CEO is to grow my organization and to help my team, right? So I'm spending my time in the influence bucket and in the decision maker bucket. And then I can sprinkle in the other relationships that might be fruitful, right? And then some of them may not be, but it also helped me to understand what buckets are people in. And then from there, what we've done is worked backwards. So if they are an influencer, there's some people that I need to touch every 90 days or every 6 months.
Okay.
Right. And then the other bucket of decision makers might be maybe it's every 6 weeks, or maybe it's once or twice a year. And so oftentimes what I've learned is how I get there is I ask the question, when's a good time for us to reach out? Or how do I build a relationship with you? And those questions have helped me with key leaders. And to your point, one of my coaches has always told me, before you get out the phone, ask them for their phone number. And that will tell you the relationship equity that you have.
That's right. That's right. So that's powerful. You just dropped thousands and thousands, really invaluable coaching advice there, and I can hear the people who are talking in your head. I can hear them.
You know who they are.
I know who they are. So I can hear that advice. But you just increase my equation tenfold, because my equation was you have a balancing scale, and it's give and take, and you have to make sure that you're putting into those relationships more than you take out, right? And you're always investing in those relationships. But I love those other variables. And I love the fact that you have those different buckets and you understand who's in each bucket, right? So that's powerful. That is so powerful. So
and just one thing I'll add. So, the other thing is I'm a person of faith. And the other reality is sometimes it don't make sense.
Right.
Sometimes God has placed people in my life that I'm called to help or to support. And I want to go back to the coaching. I was in a place where I had negative cents to my accounts, right? One of my risks was I didn't know my numbers. So I couldn't tell you what was on a balance sheet. I didn't know net profit. I didn't know how much cash I had until I ran out. So that's a part of why we didn't have any revenue, was because I wrote checks that I couldn't cash because I couldn't count. Right. And so I had to, it took us 2 years to pay off $50,000 in debt, plus to get back to a place where we were generating positive cash flow. And so because of relationships, quite frankly, through CVMS DC, I was able to pick up the phone and express to people in a very vulnerable state what I was experiencing. And one big thing I learned was your network can't help you if you don't tell them what's going on.
That's right. That's right.
They don't know, because if you look at social media, everybody thought that I was fine, that everything was
things
good.
are good. Yeah.
But I was really broken and hurt and torn. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there were people who helped me and I have never been able to pay them. And their response to me was, God called me to help you and I want to see you to succeed. And so I want to say that to other business owners, you don't always have to spend your money. Sometimes it's just because you show up, or because of your faith, because of what you believe in. sometimes God will speak to the answer and not to you.
Right.
And that's why I think it's important for us to be obedient, because sometimes you may not want to help because you're not getting anything out of it. But what I always think about is there are so many people who helped me. The things I know, I didn't start my business in 2014 knowing what I just said. Like it took the past 9 years for me to figure that part out, right? And so I just think that it's important to understand building relationships, but also some of those relationships that I built, I was on a panel with somebody or I met them at a conference, and then my spirit was just like, call them.
Right.
And I reached out to them maybe a year later or 2 years later. And so it's also not being afraid to just reach out. The worst they can do is not respond.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's rich. That's rich. You're preaching now, because, you know, you have to go deeper than where you are right now, right? To understand that everything in your life, all your experiences are preparing you for that next step. And we don't understand it when we're going through it, but our steps have been preordained, right? And so if you know that, and you know that all the people who are going to be put in your path are there for a reason, you learn how to tap into that. And then you're positioned to be able to pay it forward later on, right? So let's stop there and let's talk about the power of volunteering. Some people listening, they're like, no, I'm not going to volunteer. I'm worth XYZ. They don't even really know what they're worth, right? But I'm worth XYZ, and I'm not going to do that for free. But they don't know what they're missing. And so you volunteered for us to moderate a whole event. I think it was MBE Summit you volunteered for, right? You might not have had gas money to get there. I don't know, right? But you volunteered for that particular event. And, that snowballed into something else. It puts you in front of an audience that could help you, for that audience to get to know you. There was a gentleman in a particular airport, and the airport was looking for somebody to cater lunch. And nobody wanted that small job. And he took the job. And then they said, we need somebody to cater a picnic. He says, I'll do it. He ended up getting the entire contract for the airport, right? So it's when you do small things that turn into big things, but we have to have a spirit of selflessness and giving. So talk to me about your volunteer experience and how it has transformed what you're doing.
Yeah. So there's a couple things there. So my personal things that I care about outside of my marriage and my amazing husband is promoting Black businesses. I really want to see Black businesses to succeed. Mm-hmm. So things like economic development, international business, those things matter to me because that's how my career started. And typically we're not, we're not a priority in some organizations in those realms. And so I have been able to receive a mayoral appointment for an international cabinet chairman role for—
Congratulations.
Thank you. For the past 4 to 5 years, which has helped me to understand more about local and city government, which then led me to a political figure asking me to support them in their campaign, which then it opened doors, because now I'm in the room with people that I've never been in rooms before. And I didn't even know these rooms existed.
There you go.
It also helped me because I was asked to serve as a director, a advisor to the board of directors for a large nonprofit here. And so one day I just thought me and the CEO were going to catch up for lunch. But what he told me was, I've been paying attention to you. I watch you, I follow you, and I'm looking for younger talent on my board. And I would like to see you to be as an advisor. And so that was something that I wasn't, I didn't think that they were looking at me. And then this board does a lot of real estate transactions. Well, God knows, someday I want to invest in commercial real estate. I have no idea. So I'm now not the smartest person in the room, and that's not normal for me, which means I'm learning and I'm growing.
Right.
And so they've asked me to come in and to do that, which again has now exposed me and given me the opportunity to meet several other people in business who are in major corporations and other parts of life. The third thing I'll say is as it relates to business, right? So when I transitioned out of corporate, a friend of mine told me, you're in business when you stop doing stuff for free. So I said, okay. Because, there's a fine line, because a lot of people want to tap Black minds, but not compensate us, or they want to pay us for a minimum fee. And so my goal, what I knew early on is, when Vanessa speaks, as Flawless grows. So what I did is I started to speak everywhere. And then the booked get booked. So I started to post everything on social media. So the next thing you know, everybody's asking me to speak. And then in my industry, I'm a rare commodity.
That's right.
Black, female, millennial, who can articulate. So then I transitioned into, I have a speaker's fee. And my clients started to tell me, stop speaking for free.
That's right.
So then my speaker fee went from one fee to the next fee. And now it's coming up to the next fee.
Right.
So I have had several situations where I'm still a paid speaker and somebody has approached me and asked me to speak for free. So my flesh will say, I'm a paid speaker. I'm not doing that. But my coaching has taught me, ask questions.
Right.
What's this for? What made you seek me out? Who's the audience? What's the long-term relationship here? And the more I fact find and gather, so then I can make an informed decision. And then maybe what I can share is, you know what? We typically charge a fee for that. While I can't do a full webinar or while I can't fly across the state and go speak, what I can do is I can sit on a panel for 30 to 45 minutes. And that way that's a happy medium. And what it allows us to do is to build the relationship. But at the end of the day, you're getting your name out there. So I think you're still winning, right?
It's not free. It's a market. It's a piece. It's marketing, right? So you have to chalk that up to marketing. Even Janice Bryan Howroyd, she spoke at our conference one year. She didn't charge us, right? Because she was speaking for her client, BMW. So it was marketing for her. That was an investment that she made to help us out. But she charges hundreds of thousands of dollars to speak at a particular event. But she did it for us for free, because it was marketing. So that's sage advice there, right? Understand. And I know, the most advanced speakers, they have a percentage or a portion of their time that is spent pro bono because of marketing and because of what it's going to lead to. So that's powerful. So I want to talk about development, personal development. You went to Tuck, didn't you?
I did.
You went to Tuck, right? So for our listeners, part of our 4 pillars is development. And that is key. Like a car needs a tune-up, you need to be tuning up your business. We invested in Vanessa. We spent $5,000 to send her to Tuck at Dartmouth, which is an Ivy League school, to work on her business, not in her business, to learn how to work on her business. Talk about the importance of spending that time in development.
So what's helpful is, so CDMSCC, Tuck, and then I've been a member of Entrepreneur Organization Accelerator. And again, my major in undergrad was Homeland Security and Emergency Management. So I know about terrorism and I know about disasters, right? Like that's my lane. My MBA is in business. But even though I have an MBA, I don't feel like I was ever well prepared or equipped to run a business until I got in it, because you got to be in the seat to understand it. And so from a Tuck perspective, one of the things, there's actually 2 big lessons learned. One was we had an opportunity to go over the capabilities briefings with one of the instructors and the program. And they talked to us about adding your metrics and KPIs to your capability statement. I had never heard that, right? So in my mind, I've been through a lot of presentations, and I might have wanted to probably tune that lesson out because I didn't see any value in it. But it taught me a valuable thing. And that was from a person who's in a large business, and what they're looking for is they want to see the numbers, not just the words. So it helped us to tweak what we're showing people, which again goes back to the message. The second thing that was helpful for me from a Tuck perspective is understanding the value chain that you're in. I had never even heard that term. I'm probably sure I heard it in my MBA program, but it came back to me then. And what they talked about was, say, for example, when you build a house, right? The day that your concrete slab is built is not the day that the business development process for that house was established. There is a value chain for healthcare, for retail, for real estate, for all the industries that we're in. And so you need to, as a business owner, it's helpful. And in my experience, take a step back and what are the value chains that you're in and where do you fit within that value chain, which means understanding that the business your client is in, so they know when to reach out to you. So for example, we primarily do work in transportation. So we work with airports, we do work in healthcare, higher education, and then what the Department of Homeland Security calls critical infrastructure and key resources. So it's important for me to understand what's the value chain of higher education. When do they want to call me to do a security assessment for their building?
That's key.
When do they need a compliance check to make sure that they can receive federal funding in the event of an emergency at their campus, right? I need to know that. And so the last thing I'll say is, in another program that I've been in, one of the other key parts about development was taking time to work on the business and not in it, which means you have to have capacity. And so what they used to do is pull us out of work for a full 8-hour day.
Right.
And you have to learn principles of cash, strategy, how to execute, and how to manage people. And then every month, sit in there with your group of other business owners and talk through those challenges that you're experiencing. And so those things have really helped me to hone in on being a better business owner, but also understanding my own business and what are we building here.
That's good. That's good. So for our listeners, you might invest $400 to become a member of CVMSDC, but we in turn invest in you and help you develop and grow. So I want to touch on two other things before we close out, Vanessa. Capacity building, scalability. That is a huge problem. I touch on it on every show that we have, because business owners need to understand what scalability means. If I call you today and I tell you I need a work plan that's going to take 10 people to work on it, you only have 2 people on your team, do you have the capacity to call in one of your coaches or one of the other consultants that you know to be able to address this particular project? I called a young lady and I said, I need 5,000 masks next month. Can you deliver? And she said, no. So I said, well, I'm going to call you back next week and see if you found a way to deliver those masks. And when I called back, she couldn't. So I had to call somebody else, and they got a $750,000 order that day. You have to be able to scale up and then scale down if you need to. Talk about that.
Yeah. So I agree with that. I think what I have learned and experienced is not everybody wants to scale. Mm-hmm. And if that's the case, that's fine.
That's fine.
Right?
Yeah.
That's totally fine. Again, it goes back to the messaging and making sure that we're clear. So again, people know when to call us and when not to. Mm-hmm. What's interesting for us is our business has gone through literally ups and downs. We have valleys and we have mountaintops. And over the past 3 years, I would say recruiting is now a full-time job. Mm-hmm. So not only are we recruiting and looking for customers, but it's also the talent and sometimes the partners that can help us to come in and do the work. And so we're in a position right now where we have just delivered one of our largest proposals in 9 years of business. And it is going to require us to have to hire 4 full-time people. Mm-hmm. The faith I have in the Lord made me go ahead and post those positions now because I'm expecting a yes.
Yes.
Right? But it also helped me to understand that our business has now changed. The game is now different because right. I can't have a client pay me top dollar and then deliver low quality talent.
That's right.
So building capacity is also about the infrastructure in the business. Mm-hmm. So my team says we need a salesperson. That is true. But until Vanessa Matthews puts the sales process on paper, there's mm-hmm. no need to hire a salesperson because they're going to come to me for every single thing. And that's right. not building capacity. That's not creating the space for us to be able to scale.
Very good. Very good.
So in our human resources and finance department, we've been able to build those principles. We have a documented HR process. We have a documented finance and accounting process because we have systems. And the last thing I'll share is one of the books that I call my Bible. So actually it's 2. My business book is Traction.
Yes.
Traction by Yes. Whitman, right? And it helps you to think about your business in 8 different buckets. Everyone on my team is required to read that book upon being hired. Period. Awesome. End of story. The second business Bible is Simple Numbers, Straight Talk, Big Profits by Greg Crabtree. And it talks about understanding your numbers and then what to do with those numbers once you get that type of cash flow and revenue in. And so the other part I'll share with that is the other part of capacity, right, is your cash flow. And so we've been able to build up our cash reserves. And now we're in a position when revenue is high, we go ask for money. We don't need it, but I have lines of credit readily available for when I do. But those things are helpful because when you sign your 7-figure, your 6-figure, your 5-figure deal, and you need to float in between payments, or you need to make an investment so that when Dominique calls you, I got to go buy this equipment to say yes to her, and I got 7 days to do it. I got access to capital. And so those are ways that have been helpful for us to be able to scale.
So I wasn't going to just do one more, but you took me into the cash flow. So access to capital is key. You've got to have that cash flow, right? You got to have that reserve. And so we talked up front. You said you built your business on your bootstraps. You use your own money. I encourage our business owners at the very onset, you need to have financial stability in your business plan and ways in which you can access other people's capital, so you're not utilizing all of yours. So I want to make sure that we touch on that. So I want to close with this. You touched on it in the beginning. It's really critical for all of our listeners, whether you have a business, whether you're thinking about having a business, whether your business is up and it's just falling down. I want to touch on mental health and that building confidence piece, right? Because that is everything. And one of my favorite quotes comes from Maya Angelou. She says, if you don't have courage, you don't have anything, right? You can't get anything done. And that courage ties into your mental health and your confidence. So talk to our listeners about how you've explained that you had to build up your confidence. Talk about why it is so critical to believe in yourself and to be able to pull yourself up or pull on resources to help you pull yourself up when you are down. Because as a business owner, you're going to get down. It is a roller coaster of emotions. You're going to go through the ups and the downs, right? But if you can't get out of that bed in the morning and shake yourself off, right? Pull your team up when they're down, it's not going to work. So talk about that. That's where I'm going to let you close out.
Yeah, so that's really important. And going back to 2019, my reality was, because of all the no's, I'm also an only child. So no is like, I'm allergic to that word.
We have that in common.
So in 2019, when I experienced all of that traumatic loss, it was the first time that I vocalized out loud to my family that I was having thoughts of suicide. And it scared me to even say it, but I was. Like, when I was alone, I was having thoughts. Maybe you should jump. Maybe you should do this. And like, should I put a plan in place? Because I just felt so low. And what I learned is, to get to that place, you literally have to have no hope. But I also understand how easy it is for our mind to spiral. And so one of the things that I did learn was that I have head trash and head noise. And all day up in here, there is a force that says you're not good enough, you're not qualified, you're not pretty, you don't deserve it. They're not going to help you. You're not going to get anything out of it. And so that's why the Bible says you have to renew your mind daily. For me, it's hourly, because of the amount of trash going through my head. And had I not vocalized it to a coach, I would have never known that everybody else has head trash too.
Right.
But we just don't talk about it.
Right.
And so he helped me to understand that he had it too, and what he has to do to continuously overcome that. And so because of 2019, I started going to therapy, and it helped me to start understanding and talking about things, looking at things from my past childhood traumas, right? And things that I have experienced, but also being in a position to want to work on Vanessa Matthews, right? And I think as a business owner and now as a wife for 5 years, those two worlds forced me to look in the mirror at myself every day, because I wanted Asphalis advisors to be different than what I experienced in corporate. And God was like, okay, cool. So let me, you know what? Get right up in the mirror. There we go. Cheese. Look at you. And how you show up is how your team is going to show up. Your values is going to show up in your team. How you handle situations is going to show up. And every day I don't get it right. Like, let's be abundantly clear. But what I can appreciate is being surrounded by a network of people who can hold me accountable. And for me to be able to take a step back and to listen and to understand, you didn't do that right. You need to go apologize. Or how do we get this right? And or don't be so down on yourself. My self-critical score is through the roof.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Like I hold myself to a very high standard, and then I come down on myself very hard. Sometimes my friends will say, Vanessa's not being nice to my friend Vanessa, and that's a problem. And so I would say, no matter who you are, no matter your situation, what I have also learned in therapy is our feelings have to be felt, and it's okay to feel the way we feel, but we can't stay there. And so for me, I have to pick up the phone and call somebody that can lift me up, because oftentimes my head is telling me all this trash, and then my network is like, girl, no.
Right. Right. Ooh, thank you for being so transparent. I didn't know we were going to go there, but you dropped the mic on that, and it's real, folks. It is so real for all of us. If you watch Insecure and you see her talking in the mirror, that mirror talk back at you, that's every day. All of us. On my left shoulder, you've got the negative talk, and I'm constantly battling that negative talk with positive feedback to say, no, yes, you can. You are worthy. You can do this, right? And so it's real, folks. But unless you get past that, unless you acknowledge, you get a coach, you get a therapist, and you pull yourself up, your businesses will not succeed. So I want to thank you, Ms. Vanessa Matthews, for being here today. You really brought the fire. You dropped some knowledge, and I hope that our listeners just really pulled all that in. And if you just go back and listen to this over again, because this was some powerful information. Thank you for always being here, Vanessa. Ms. Enola, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Dominique Milton. Wonderful information, wisdom, and it was very, very powerful. So thank you for being on the Black Network, and that wisdom and that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
We will see you on the other side, and I hope that people register for BOC 23. Registration is still open at www.cvmsdc.org. And Vanessa, if you drop your information in the chat, they can put it up on the screen later on. Thank you all so much, and have a pleasant day.
Have a beautiful day. And I would just like to remind you that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. So a hearty thank you to NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Cheney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her We create our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am in engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius, oh yeah, it's common.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
Give us a call at 919-308-9090.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Black Business Network. It is so nice to be here, and I hope you have been inspired by some of the conversations and speakers that you've seen thus far. So, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Foti, and I am the founder of and CEO of Enolia LLC, co-founder of Easy Step Group, director of operations for Vision Afrique Development, and chief content officer for Fave Unite TV. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker is going to speak about marketing collaboration. Our speaker is Renata Brown. Renata Brown's is an award-winning CEO of Dreamspire TV and Dreamspire Publications. Renata's zeal for the arts and motivational speaking comes from being an artist, and she is also a publisher of 3 online magazines: Dreamspire TV Magazine, an arts and entertainment magazine, and Spire.com, which highlights entrepreneurs, Dreamspire books for authors and motivators. The publications have covered such events as the Stellar Awards, the Black Music Honors, and the NAACP Awards. I present to you Renata Brown.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. It's so nice to have you here. Thank you for coming to the BBN. And I have to say that genius is common.
Lovely to meet you.
I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Hey, good morning, everybody. This is my favorite place to be every month to talk to you about collaborations and the different ways that those things can take place. And so one of the things that I do is that I have a publication called Dreamspire Books. It's an online website, and it's also an online bookstore where we have over 200 authors in our bookstores. And we have people from all over the world that are part of that. And I also am on Clubhouse, and we have a space where we talk every Wednesday mornings for authors and publishers alike to get their questions answered. It doesn't matter where you are in your author's journey or publisher's journey. It is a platform that you can join us on Clubhouse. And so today I thought I would bring a little bit of that world over here as we talk about marketing and collaboration. I'm going to talk to you about 10 things you need to consider when you're a part of an anthology, or when you're even considering being a part of an anthology. Anthologies are nothing new. They've been around for many, many years. I think one of the first anthologies that I could think about is Chicken Soup for the Soul, where different authors got together and submitted inspirational short stories are quotes. And so we see that the concept of writers getting together under one platform has been around for a lot. In the past, you may have had traditional publishing putting out these anthologies, and you may have had people that are really specialists in their fields putting out anthologies. What we have found today is everybody has an opportunity, and I'm going to say it's an opportunity to have their voice heard, to have a particular issue highlighted. And so I thought this would be a great topic to talk about, because my segment is all about collaboration. And this is one of the best ways, or it can be an awesome experience, or it can be an experience that you might have not gone into knowing what to look for. So this morning, I'm going to spend some time with you and go over some of the things that you need to look out for and consider before you're part of that anthology. And one thing right off the top that I talk to all authors about is start with the ending in mind. So don't, a lot of times we might get excited. Oh, I'm going to be in this and that. And we don't think, what is it that I want to get out of being in this anthology, or even in writing the book? What is it that I want to get out? Do I want to write a book just to tell my story? Well, everybody has a story, right? No one that has been on this earth has not been through some things, right? And some great things and some tragic things. So everybody has a story. So you have to look at it. Is it just about telling my story? And sometimes that's cathartic and it's inspirational. If that's the only thing you want to do, then that's fine. But most of the times we want to do other things with it. So if you're going to be if you're going to write a book, or if you're going to be a part of an anthology, the first thing you have to do is say, what is the end result that I'm looking for? Am I looking to sell a lot of books? Am I looking for this to launch me as an expert in my career? Am I looking for this to open the door for me to further my speaking career? Am I looking at this as a way to position myself with other experts to leverage? So if you start with the beginning, the ending in mind, then it can kind of guide the process of what you need to do along the way. So we are talking about what are some of the things you need to consider about being in an anthology. So I have my trusty dusty outline here. So first of all, participating in an anthology, like I said, it can be exciting. It's a way to showcase your work and collaborate with other writers. However, it is essential to approach this with consideration to ensure that it aligns. And I love that word, alignment. Is it aligning with your goals and also expectations? And we're going to delve into 10 things you need to consider. So I'm going to stop at this point and look at, we already talked about your goals. What is your end result? What is your goal that you want? But what are your expectations? So our platforms, because we work in the media space, we have different expectations for that. So in the media space, our expectations is we want to get those interviews. We want to get those interviews with household names and icons. And so when I approach that, my expectation is that I have to do the things and connect with the right publicists to get in and be able to garner those high profile interviews. And also I have to consider, okay, am I going to interview this person? Is that going to further the go? So a lot of times we turn down interviews because it's not on brand with our particular brand, Dreamspire TV. We've had the opportunity to be in press conferences as credential media for Lifetime TV. And we've sat in rooms with a press conference with people like Viola Davis. We've had long form interviews with people like Tamala Mann. So my expectation for that particular brand is that we want those high profile interviews to boost our credibility in calling ourselves media and in the entertainment industry. Because if I called myself that, and then I never had any, when you never saw us on a red carpet, you never saw us getting an interview with entertainers, then you would say, is this truly an entertainment platform? So I'm using that example as set your expectations of what you want to get out of being in an anthology. Is it on brand for you? Is it where you align yourself with? Are the people, and we're going to get into some of these a little deeper, are they going to, are the people going to be the people that are going to either evolve you further? So I have a thing that I do in connecting with different people. I try only to connect with people that are going in the same direction as me. Now, the same direction means that you could be behind and catch up. You can be walking right on the side, and that's awesome. Or you can be ahead of me, and that's even more, for sure. So try to align yourself with that and set your expectations. I know sometimes people just look at, oh, I'm just going to sell a lot of books. Well, how does that happen? What are your expectations? And what is also, we're going to get into that, what is expected of you? Is it just dropping off my chapter and I'm done? Or am I expected to do other things as a part of being in this collaborative experience? So we're going to start theme engineer. Understand an anthology theme and genre engineer, people say it different ways. Ensure it matches your writing style and interests, as this will help you contribute your best work. Now, I'm not going to, even though in what I do, I may coach people, but I am not a coach. So I am not going to sign up for an anthology that, and I'm sorry if you hear background noises, we do have little ones in the house, but I'm not going to sign up for an anthology about coaching, even though I probably coach all the time, but I don't have the credentials as a coach. I didn't take any courses in coaching. I coach from a standpoint because I've been doing some things a long time and I have something of value that I can add, but I don't have the particular training. So an anthology, even though it might be tempting, you say, oh, Renata, you're coaching all the time, come and be in this anthology. That would be something I would have to pass on because that is not my sphere of expertise. That is not what I do. So as tempting as it might be to get into different anthologies, because people, they could build you up. They could like, oh yeah, you can do it. Oh, stick with things that you are an expert in, things that are going to speak to the best of your abilities and not just get caught up in, oh, everybody's doing it, so I'm going to join on because I want to be in the company of them. Or sometimes we feel honored to be a part of these things. So it's hard to say no when someone wants you to be a part, because everybody wants to belong, right? Everybody wants to have that opportunity. And so I would just say, shy away from things that are not in your wheelhouse. Shy away from things that don't match your writing style. Some people are natural born storytellers, and that's the writing story. That's the writing style. And some people are more formal, and it's more of a standpoint where A, B, C, D. And that's the writing style. So before you even sign up, you have to ask yourself, is this really going to be a good fit for me all the way around? Even though I'm, other things may align, but other things don't. So you want to, before you even sign up for an anthology, you want to say, hey, is this the anthology for me? And don't be swayed by, oh, this one's in it and that one's in it, and I just want to be in it because they're in it. But at the end of the day, you really want to say, how is this going to align with who I am? Okay, now we're getting into rights and royalties. Know what you're going to get out of it. Not only what you're going to put into it, know what you're going to get out of it. And a lot of times these days, anthologies have a fee to be involved in them. And even if they don't have a fee, on the back end, their book is being sold. So somebody is making some money somewhere, or potentially making money. So know where you stand in that. What are your rights and royalties? Hold on, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. So granting, once you submit, before you submit, you need to clarify these things, because some people don't understand what their rights are and what the royalties are. And what kind of publication? Will the work be reprinted elsewhere? Also discuss the royalty or payment structure, if any, for your contribution. Some anthologies you do get paid for them, and some of them you have the right to sell the book yourself. Some of them actually even give you your own ISBN number so you can do with the book what you want. And even with that, understand if you have the right to sell the book on your own. Understand if you have the right to put the book on your website. Understand if you have to get permission before you distribute that book somewhere else. So know your rights and know what you're going to get paid. And some opportunities are not monetary. Some you just want to be in that book, and it goes through other goals that you have. Some you just want to position yourself and leverage being in there. So know up front, because if you know up front, then you won't be disappointed at the end. And as we were talking about a minute ago, expectations. You'll have the right expectations, and do your research. Know what is common practice, know what is customary. And even if a person that's the head of the anthology is not doing what is standard or customary, then you need to either question that, or you need to say, okay, I may not want to be a part of this because this is what the industry standard is. So understand your rights. And then once you understand, then you have the information that you need, and your expectations could be met with that. And I won't tell people, what is the best fit for them, because sometimes, believe me, if Michelle Obama or Oprah said, hey, Renata, I want you to come and be in this anthology, and you have no rights or royalties, but your story will be told. Well, guess what? I'm going to be in that anthology because I know that I can position and leverage being in an anthology with Michelle Obama and Oprah into some other monetary and other steps. So weigh that. It's not always about the dollars and cents, but at least know what that structure is. Okay. Reputation. It's tricky these days with reputation and the internet, because the internet can make you a rising star, and they can still take that star and pull it down out of the sky. So reputation is tricky, but do your research on the company's reputation, the editor, the publisher's reputation. Now, you may have some people to say good things, and you may have some people to say bad things, but weigh, what are the good things that are saying? Are these things that are really inherently important to me? What are the bad things they're saying? Are they based on really looking at the total situation, or did someone just didn't do the first two steps and had their expectations dashed, and now they're calling that person out? So reputation, you have to look at what people are saying, and then you have to look at tangible things too. Can people back up both good and bad what they're saying about the publisher? Don't take it on face value. If you've been in business, like Oprah said, if you've been in business a long time and no one's talking about you, you're probably not doing everything right, because you're going to have people that love, just absolutely love you, think you're the greatest thing to sliced bread. And then you're going to have people that, oh, honey, no. So when it comes to reputation, look at what the reputation is, and also do your research and check if they have a history of treating contributors fairly and professionally. And when that comes along too, you have to say, where are you in your writing journey, right? And where are you in understanding this? Because some people, they need a little bit more guidance than others, right? So if it is a publisher that has done this in a season and has a high expectation, and you're just a beginning writer, again, that might not be a good fit for you. It may not be the place where you want to be, because you are at the point in your writing, this might be your first time, and you may need a little hand holding. And it's not going to be a really positive experience for you if the publisher just leaves you out there on the own and say, hey, go for it, just turn in your stuff, and doesn't give you the step-by-step guidance that you need. So when picking up a publisher and understanding the reputation, find out what their personality is. Is this going to be the worst experience you ever had, or is this going to be a positive experience? And you, it just depends on what you need, but definitely research and look for tangible proof of what that is. 1 second, I'm going to go on mute for 1 second. And I absolutely apologize. One of the joys of working at home. I do apologize, but as I was saying, reputation is something that can change, and it's subjective is the word I'm looking for. So it's very subjective, but look for the tangibles. If they have a record of not doing people right, if they have a record of not being what you're looking for, then definitely it's something you might want to consider for sure. Submission guidelines. Read the submission guidelines carefully. Follow formatting requirements, word limits, submission deadlines, and increase the chances of your work being accepted. So follow the rules. Simply follow the rules of the submission guidelines. Now, here again, I'm going to tell you about my experience, because I work with tons of people. When I say tons of people, I mean hundreds and hundreds of authors, of business people, and what we do in the magazines. We also have television shows. So in a year, we may talk to 300 to 400 people with the bookstore and all the things that we do. So I'm saying this because I live this. Make sure you know the submission guidelines and make sure that you're adhering to them, because that can kick you out of the whole process. It can. We've put out magazines, and we have a business magazine, and there's a certain criteria, even though you're paying to be in it, because sometimes people feel like, oh, I pay my money, so that secures my spot, and I'll get my stuff in when I get my stuff in. And because I've already paid up, then I'm good. Don't do that. Don't do that, because sometimes you might find yourself not being able to participate because you didn't follow the submission guidelines. Make sure you understand them. Make sure that there's something that you can comply with. And we know life happens, but be ahead of the curve. If you know, most anthologies, you have months and months to get ready for. And I guess it just depends on how big the anthology is and when you sign up. So if you sign up at the last minute, no, you're not going to have the time that someone else has, right? So make sure that you're able to meet the submission guidelines, that you understand the submission guidelines, and some need you to present your work already edited, already proofed. And, you know, the editor may go through a cursory thing, but they may not do a deep dive. And then the last thing you want to do, right, is the book comes out and you're reading, you're excited. Oh my goodness, it's coming out. And then you find errors, or you find, oh, wow, why didn't they catch that? That's not what I meant to say. So make sure as much as possible that when you submit something that you adhere to the guidelines, that you do proofing through a couple of different sources. And if it is if you're writing a couple of chapters, I'm going to really suggest that you go ahead and engage your own editor to look at it before you submit it, because this is your chance, especially if you have paid to be in this. You want to put your best foot forward, and you can't always depend on the editor or the publisher to do that. We would hope that they would have those things in place, but if it's your story, sometimes they may not know that you didn't tell your story right. So there's a lot of different things, and no one set of eyes is going to catch everything. So do your best before you even submit it to make sure it is 100% ready to go before you even submit it, and know the guidelines, because anthologies, you're working with a whole lot of people most of the time. At least you're working for 8 to 10. I know some anthologies that have 100 people. I don't understand how that gets done, but so you're not the only person. So make sure that you are, I'm sorry, I'm working with two mouses here today. Make sure that you know the submission guidelines and the contract term. And I would say insist on a contract. It doesn't have to be anything long and drawn out, but have a contract that says A, B, C, D. So you'll have something in writing that is a meeting of the minds. And if they already have a contract in place, before you sign it, know what that is binding you to, because contracts are binding, but make sure that the clauses in those contracts are bindable. And that goes, I've been talking from the standpoint of being in an anthology, but even as a publisher and the head of an anthology, make sure that your contract not only protects the participants, but it protects you as well. That no one comes way down the line and says that, you know, they didn't understand the terms, or you told them something different, and then you're in a whole dispute and it can get really ugly. So make sure, get that paperwork in line, get that contract, and get someone to review it. And, you know, pay attention to these things: exclusivity clauses, publications rights, and we went over that a little bit, and potential obligations beyond the anthology's release. So if being in an anthology, they say, look, as a part of this, we're having a launch party, and you have to be here in this city on such and such a day for that launch party. So you have to either say X out that clause if you know that you're not going to be able to be there, or know that you have an obligation to be there. So with the anthologies, most of them don't just end with you making your submission. Understand what else is required of you in that, and exclusivity. So can they say the words that you write for this anthology cannot be rewritten or reshared outside of this book? So you can't, you know, I write, I just finished the draft of my re-release of my second book, Things I Learned While Packing. And with that, I'm sharing some of the excerpts from that book as I go along to build anticipation and interest in the book. Find out if you're able to reprint. And you're like, well, it's my writing, you know. I should have the right to say what I said because it came out of my head. But a lot of times, if you're in an anthology, those words that you share with that anthology cannot be shared in any other form. They can't be shared on social media. They can't be a part of another book that you do. They can't be a part of your speech or anything like that. So make sure that you understand the terms of exclusivity with the work that you submit, because in signing that contract, you may be signing away your rights to use that work anywhere else. And they just know that some people might want to enforce that clause. So know how you can use your work. And publications, again, we talked about that earlier. Can I republish my part in a book? And some contracts allow you to, this is the only right of publication, and I'm signing away my right to ever publish this in my own book. And it really just depends on how much writing you do as well. If you're writing 3 and 4 chapters, you really want to get down and understand that that's a large body of work. You might be writing up to 3,000 to 9,000 words, which is, in these days, a book within itself. So make sure you understand what that clause is. Can you or can't you use your words? I'm not talking about the other people, but your words in other formats. So I'm just driving that point home. And again, know your obligations, know where you're expected to show up. And sometimes the obligations is you have to buy so many books, or you have to share, it can be a lot of clauses. So both publishers and those that are participating and leaders of the anthology, everyone needs to be on the same page. So that's why it's important to get a contract. Distribution and marketing. Inquire about an anthology's distribution channels and marketing plans. A well-promoted anthology can increase your visibility and work. Do not assume that the publisher is going to market the anthology to the degree that it needs to be marketed. So you need to find out, where is the book going to be? Because if the book is just going to be on Amazon with the other millions of books, that's not marketing. I'm sorry to tell you, that is not marketing. You got a link, is on Amazon. You and a million other people are on multi-millions of people are on Amazon. So make sure that they have a marketing plan, okay? Make sure that maybe you need to create a mini marketing plan, and make sure that you can do that as a part of your understanding and as part of the contract. Don't assume that they're going to market and get you out there. Even if they have marketing channels, are they going to be highlighting you as being a part of this? So make sure that there is a marketing plan and is well promoted. In our class that we do on Wednesdays on Clubhouse, and you gave birth to the book and now you have to raise it, one of the biggest things we talk about, do you have a marketing budget? What is your marketing plan? And your marketing plan cannot be all post the book getting out here. My re-release of my book is not coming out to around Black Friday, but I'm already starting to release excerpts. I've already starting to build that audience. My website will be launched shortly just for that book. Actually, we have a website. We're going to put it back up. That's a different story. So you should be 90 days out. You should be a 90-day out plan, a 60-day out plan, a 30-day out plan. And if your particular person that is a part of that, the leader of that anthology, whether the publisher or the leader, because sometimes those are different roles. You might have somebody that recruits you, but they may not be the actual publisher. So make sure you're all on the same platform as marketing, and make sure that that's the part of your research, that they marketed the last book, or if this is their first book, what plans do they have for marketing? because you might find yourself you're on your own, or you're required to do more marketing than you thought, or you thought that they were going to market in these different ways that they don't. And understand where they're going to be. What is the distribution? One thing in entering into the streaming market, which I kind of had a view of it many years ago before streaming became prolific, is that one thing that I recognized then, that even though the technology was there, the distribution channels weren't there. So I didn't find it advantageous. I can't talk honestly. For me to get into the streaming world, because I recognize, yes, all the technology is there, but who's watching me? Who's going to see it? Who's going to see our show? Where is it going to be seen? Is it going to be seen in the middle of the night in a third world country, or with viewers that really can't relate to me? Or is the distribution going to be in markets where people can relate to me? And that goes from wherever, whatever you do. Understand where people are going to be able to see you, and understand the diverse channels, because everybody's not on Facebook. Everybody's not on LinkedIn. Everybody's not on YouTube. My new favorite engagement place is TikTok, because I was able to grow my following super quickly, and I also get engagement there. But guess what? That's only part of it, because most of the money that I make from just general marketing comes through Facebook. So I can't just disregard Facebook, but understand where it's being distributed at, understand how it's being marketed. And if you come to the table with some good ideas, make sure you have a publisher or a leader of the anthologies that's willing to listen to you. And that goes back again to make sure that it is a good fit. Okay. Collaboration process. Understand the level of collaboration expected. Some anthologies may involve more interactions and others don't. And I was talking about that before. Understand what is expected of you. Understand if it's a big anthology and you're, like I said, a novice writer, then that's probably not the opportunity for you. And then understand how many people are going to be involved, right? So if it's 100 people involved, you say, oh, that's a lot. And yes, we can do the things and be a bestseller, but are you going to get to shine? Are you going to get the visibility of being one of 100 versus one of 8, one of 20? Understand all of those things. What is the collaborative process? What is expected of me? And if you can, I would this is just me personally, I would talk to the other people that are involved, if that's possible, and find out how they're approaching it, because you're all in this together. It's one book, right? So you already are in kinship and collaboration. So reach out to some of the other collaborators and find out. And maybe you guys can get together. If it's a huge project with over 100 authors, some of you may be in the same city or the same region and may be able to cross promote together. So find out what are they looking for. Find out if it's a good fit for you, and if the publisher, and that's everything. Even if you're doing your individual book, every publisher is not for everybody. You have to find a publisher that you resonate with, and so you'll have that positive experience and won't walk away with your expectations dashed. Find out previous anthologies. How did their other books do? And see what the quality and reception. Like, nothing will kill a book quicker than a horrible cover, because you can't judge a book by its cover, but you won't notice a book unless it has a great cover. And trust me when I say, because of what I do in our online bookstore, I have seen some truly, truly amazing covers. I'm also a certified web and graphic designer, so I kind of know what I'm looking for and how things should be. I've been doing this for many years. I went to school for it. A good cover. So make sure that they are investing in a good cover. I know there's programs like Canva, and there's all kinds of different places you can get for cover design, and that's fine. But just make sure it's a good cover that's going to draw the people in, because if you have a bad cover, that's just going to hinder you. You want a cover that's going to pop, that's going to speak to the topic. Don't have just some generic cover that doesn't speak to the topic. So make sure that they, their previous books are, this is their first book, inquire, hey, well, who's doing your cover? Are you having it professionally designed? It might be a little bit of a red flag if they say, oh, we're going to do it on Canva. And, Canva's come a long way. So just make sure that your cover is popping and that their previous books are popping, because that does. Make sure that it's quality. Who are they getting the book printed through? And are they going a quality route? And quality is also making sure that it's well edited. If you pick up one of the former books and you stumbling through it and it's not easy to read, and you could tell it's not a good quality, it's not edited, it doesn't make any sense, then again, that may not be the opportunity from you. And sometimes people learn from their mistakes. So I know when we first started putting out the magazines 5 years ago, I can truly say we've come a long way. So you can't always 100% make your decision on what they did in the past. But if you see some things that are just like, wow, that should have never flown, then, you might want to take pause, or you might want to ask them, this is your place to shine. So don't be caught up of just being asked or being in a place with other people you want to be in. Advocate for yourself and say, hey, I noticed this, who's doing your cover design, or who is doing this and that, and find out where they are. You really need to do that about the previous anthologies, and talk to other people and find out what their take on it was, and read it. And it can, it can give you clues. Is this really something that you want to be involved in? And you really need to look at all these things. Copyright and ownership. So copyright is owning your words, but ownership is having the right to do with your words the way that you want it. When I put out my first book eons ago, before the proliferation of self-publishing, I put it out through a company that was very popular. I'm not going to call them out, but it was a very popular company, and everybody was doing it. And it was a poetry book. And I was like, okay, I had to check it out, and I'm going to wrap it up. And so with that, I had to really learn about my copyright and my publishing. And then on our last one, as we wrap up, time commitment. Do you have the time to do what you need to do? Okay, that's self-explanatory. So I'm Renata Brown. You can reach me at dreamspiretv@gmail.com. You can get in contact with our other platforms. I would love to talk to you about the opportunities we have. And like I'm here every month talking about, let's collaborate, let's do this thing. And of course, I've been a part of the Genius is Common movement. Woo! Coming up on 8 years now, and almost since the beginning. So I believe it, I espouse it. Genius is common.
Thank you so much, Renata Ray. And for those of you who don't know it, the information she is giving is invaluable. So I hope you are listening if you are out there looking at anthologies and an author, because it was invaluable. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Oh, you're most welcome.
And genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. So at this time, I would like to remind you that the Black Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to take this opportunity to thank our Black Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. A hearty thank you to NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shani Global, Executive Women's Social Institute, Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and last but not least, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community. providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trousseau is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No.
Hey. To me,
Sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like, baby, be you. Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning to business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Fodi, and I am coming to you from Angola, Africa, from the capital in Luanda. I am the founder of and CEO of Enolia LLC, co-founder of Easy Step Group, director of operations for Vision Afrique Development, and chief content officer for Fave Unite TV. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate about businesses. Our keynote speaker, next up, will be speaking about mastering the art of communication, and her name is Tandra Price. Speaker, author, trainer, and networking coach, Tandra Price has over 15 years experience as a network marketer and sales professional. Tandra created her own ventures coaching and creating an empowerment movement from women in business and those aspiring. This concept quickly became successful, which led Tandra to create Conversation Over Coffee and You Connected, a platform that assists women in tapping into her power of networking and teaching them how to leverage different multi-level marketing resources and strategies to create generational wealth. I present to you Tandra Price.
Hello. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction.
Yes, thank you so much. And I just have to say that genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Again, everyone, I would just like to kind of introduce myself to you. Again, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am a renowned international speaker, accomplished 2-time best-selling author. I'm an expert in the network strategy. I am known as the networking ninja. I am the editor-chief and publisher and owner of a global magazine called Tap In Magazine. Our magazine has 4 editions, which caters to women, speakers, authors, and coaches. Tapped In Magazine solves the problem, making it much easier for entrepreneurs to spread their message, expand their network, and reach a broader audience that will generate more appointments for their business. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about mastering the art of communications, and I'm going to try to cover as much as I can with the time allowed, 5 steps into mastering the art of communication. The first thing we're going to talk about is, what is the best way to start a conversation? The second thing we're going to talk about is, what is the best time to start networking? The third topic we're going to talk about, what's the plan? What's the plan do you have as far as your networking efforts and your communication? And 4, we're going to talk about how do we incorporate LinkedIn to our conversations. And 5, we're going to share with you how Tapped In Magazine can help you reach your goals in mastering the art of communication. So today we really kind of got to think about communication. And with that, we're going to really be trying to tap into some personal strategies and some things that we've used, things I've used, and our team has used in really making conversations more effective and efficiently. These techniques have not only been effective and valuable and proven, but we've been able to share with many networks along the way. So we're going to dive into, really how do we enhance this and make our communication skills more effective. You probably didn't know, but communication is constantly happening 24/7. Yep, that's right, 24/7. How do we know that? Because we're always starting a conversation somewhere, someplace, with someone. Conversation is continually happening around us all the time. And approximately, really, about every 2 minutes, someone is engaging into a conversation. But really, the facts is that approximately 50% of the world population around us actually use some type of a platform to communicate as entrepreneurs and business owners. I want to kind of just take a look at some of the channels of communications that's out there that, we are effectively using right now. Some of these, some of these you probably use, some of these you may not know, or that you don't really use a lot. But this is a way of effectively kind of getting our message out in a much faster, effective, and efficient way. We have Facebook, which is one of those platforms. A lot of us is on Facebook. We communicate that either in business or in personal. We do a lot of stuff via phone. We pick up the phone. We kind of go back to the old schools where we would do a lot of phone calls. We do video chats, just kind of similar to what we're doing now. We do messaging apps. We have team chats where we have collectively organizations that come together in a team aspect. And how do we effectively communicate amongst our team, our coworkers? We do Instagram, which is another popular form of communicating. We have Twitter. There's Skype. There's Google Meet. Zoom again, which is what a lot of us use. We have Slack, WhatsApp, and again, of course, StreamYard. These are just some of the platforms that are channels that are out there that people are using to communicate. Again, some of them you may know and familiar with, some you use, some you may not. But we are, as entrepreneurs and business owners, is constantly seeking ways to effectively convey our message and get it out much faster. The ability to express ourselves clearly and confidently to help establish meaning connections. So back in the day, before all of this internet and all these different channels happened, we were doing communication just a little bit different. So it's amazing of what we can do now today that what we couldn't do back then. And just imagine all the businesses that, went through the phone book. If some of those remember phone books, things went to newspapers to get our message out, or we had different types of forms of billboards, mail marketing. We did email marketing, which we still do today. But those are some of the things that we were using back then as communication channels. But now today we can do it so much more effectively and efficiently. So we want to talk about, how do we really start a conversation? And that's kind of one of the first steps that we're going to talk about. And there's really some things that we do automatically that we really don't even know about that we're doing. But sometimes we have to kind of take a look at how we're doing those and see how we can make those more effective. So the first thing we want to talk about is introducing ourselves. I'm going to share with you 8 ways to start a conversation. And the first thing we're going to talk about, how do we really introduce ourselves? We always just want to go and introduce ourselves. If you're just on a personal level, hello, how are you doing? If you're in a business setting, you always want to extend your hand, do a firm handshake, particularly like if you're at a networking event or if you're at some type of social business gathering. You want to make sure that you make that connection firmly with the handshake. If you're out personally, meeting someone for the very first time, hello, how are you, is a perfect way to introduce yourself. The second step or ways to start a conversation is ask a question. Engaging other people by talking and asking questions really prompts an immediate response. Normally when you ask the questions, it's always that engagement that happens right then and there, because people are going to now start again wanting to answer your question, but now we're going to get into an engaging conversation, because once one question is asked, there's another a follow-up answer, but then it's up to us to keep that conversation going. This third step is seek advice. A lot of people love to be helpful and they love to give their opinion on specific topics. They just want to be helpful. So anytime you can seek someone or ask someone for advice, they love it. It's a perfect way to start a conversation. Just think about how many times within your business realm that you're asking for advice. You know, what is your suggestion? What do you think? Ask someone's advice so then they can feel like they're being helpful. They're adding to the conversation. The fourth one is compliment. We can never go wrong with compliment. I think compliment is kind of like the icebreaker, where you're actually complimenting someone, giving them praise about what they're doing. Because once you do that, then it opens up a dialogue of conversation where we're exchanging information. And there's a lot of different ways that you can compliment people, whether it's from their personal branding that they have, maybe some attire that they have, anything about them that you can really compliment them on, really breaks the ice. It makes things not feel so awkward, but it helps open that flow of conversation. And we need to think about our observation, making the observation of what's around you in order to start a conversation. And that's something that is so easy, because we can talk about, like, I'm here in Oklahoma City. It is hot out here. That is an observation that if I met someone out and about on my daily routine, that I could easily drum up that conversation, especially if I'm at the gas station or something of that nature. I can easily look at my surroundings and my observations and draw a question and start a conversation that could be easily engaging. And 6, we always want to talk about doing humor. Humor is one of the amazing things that, again, I think is another icebreaker. But you know what? When we're doing communication, we have to look at it as being fun. We're not looking at it as an assignment. We're not looking at it as something that we're forced to do. When we're having a conversation, it should be humor. It's like when you wake up in the morning and you're having a beautiful day, we need to think about ways when we're starting conversations in that same aspect. Sharing a personal story is always a good way of starting a conversation. We're trying to build relationships, and one of the best ways to do that is, sharing your personal story, sharing something that maybe resonates with someone else that you're trying to engage with. I mean, once you share that personal story, those that you're trying to connect with really kind of see who you are. They kind of get to feel who you are, kind of understand, your likes, your interests, what makes you move, what makes you not. But being able to share a personal story opens up so many conversation, so much engaging can happen in there. And the last one is actually show some genuine interest. When we're having a conversation, we have to make sure that we are paying attention to who's in front of us, what they're saying to us. How can we piggyback off of what someone else is saying? Because as we're listening, we're getting clues, we're getting ideas of how we can help this person, how we can connect with this person. But we have to make sure that we're paying attention. And we want to do that in several different ways. But it's so important when we're actually speaking to someone that they know that they have our full attention. I get often asked so many times, when is the best time to network? When is the best time to network? I said the best time to network is right now. See, as you showed, we talked about those 8 ways of starting a conversation, because those things are done on autopilot and we really don't realize that we're doing them, but we are doing them on a daily basis. Kind of the same thing it is when we're networking. See, when you start networking, you're immediately starting to build relationships with whoever you're talking to. And networking is not, I mean, communication is not like a short term process, it's a long term process because we're building relationships. See, I like to take the word networking and communication and really combine them together, because to me, it is the same thing. We're starting a conversation, we're trying to build relationships, we're trying to get to know someone. But how do we really do that? We have to be able to put in the time and know that it is a long-term process. It's important that when we're doing communication or networking, that it's constant, that we're constantly doing it on a daily basis, that we're putting ourselves out there, whether we're doing it on all those different platforms I share with you, but we have to make sure that we're continuously always talking and that we're always putting ourselves out there. We're always trying to connect with someone, and those that we have connected with, how about building relationships? How about following up and calling them? But networking should be an ongoing practice. That should become a part of your daily routine, no matter what. You're trying to achieve a goal, and the only way that you can achieve that goal is make sure that you are communicating or networking with someone on a consistent and routinely basis. But one of the things I love about, when you're networking and communicating, that it has so many benefits to it. See, one of the benefits of networking and communicating is that you can increase your visibility and your credibility. See, when you start communicating and networking, you become more visible in your industry and your community. And it allows others to become familiar with you and your expertise. That's just like when you're sharing your personal stories, you're allowing other people to really become familiar with you and who you are. But the more you're out there communicating, networking, you're increasing the chances of people seeing you, who you are, because it increases your visibility to a higher level and it increases your credibility. Another benefit is the opportunity for collaborations. See, through communication and networking, you can connect with like-minded people, individuals who can open up doors, and you can help leverage each other's strengths and create mutual beneficial opportunities. See, that's huge by itself, because the more you can network and communicate, the more collaborations can happen. See, because right there, the benefit of all of that, it builds your brand awareness, because you're building relationships through networking and communication. It allows you to promote yourself or your brand or your business, or it gives you a wider audience. A lot of times we want to talk about at the end of your conversation, sometimes they'll say, by the way, what do you do? I'm glad you asked. See, now you can come into your brand awareness. You can talk about who you are and what you do. And maybe your services may not be a fit for the person that you're trying to connect with, but you're building a relationship, a long-term relationship. For somewhere down the road, they may know someone, or someone that they know may know someone who could probably utilize your service. That's why networking and communication is a long-term process. But it also builds great partnerships. See, because it provides an opportunity, again, for business owners to identify partners through communication and networking. Whether you're at a conference or you're doing online communities, you're being able to identify who you are, and that helps build business partnerships. Networking, again, is an ongoing process. You never can stop networking and communicating. But see, that third component is we have to have a plan. So I like to turn the plan into when we're actually at networking events. So you want to make sure that you have a plan when you're set yourself out on your routine basis every day, whether you're networking in person, whether you're networking online, at conferences, no matter where you are doing communications, you want to have a plan. But especially when you go to networking events. So the first plan you want to do is make sure that you research the event. Before attending any event, make sure your ideal clients are there. Make sure you're not wasting any time at these events. We want to make sure that our target audience is there and likely to be found. So you want to research the event, how many times the event has taking place, who normally attends the event, explore the hosts and co-hosts. See, this information can be so helpful to you because if you know who the co-host and host is normally a lot of times their network and potentials will be there. And it'll know whether your clients or ideal clients is a part of that initial event. But it gives you an opportunity to know who they are and some of those people that are a part of their network. You always want to join their Facebook community groups. A lot of times when they have events come up, they'll say, join our group. And they'll give you a link to join the group. This is a perfect way for you to come in and segue and be able to meet 5 or 6 people before the event start. Go in there, join the group, see who's in there, connect with them. Hey, I'm so excited to be a part of this group. I'm looking forward to the conference. And just give a little blurb about, who you are. And maybe give a link. Hey, I would love to connect with you. Here's some information just to get to know a little bit about me before, the conference happened, before the event. It works even better when the event is in person because now you've actually can match a face to a contact. So when you go into the room, when you decide to do that 360 panoramic view, you'll know who that person is because you've already made a connection with them. You want to be able to prepare your introduction. Now, when you go to events or when we're actually communicating or networking, we're not on a pitch sale. I want to say that again. We are not on a pitch sale. When we're actually introducing ourselves, we're just giving them something that could be memorable of us. We want to make a memorable impression because remember, the first impression is the most important thing. And we don't want to come off salesy or pitchy, but we want to be able to introduce ourselves so they will be able to remember us. Again, when you go to a network event in person or virtually, you want to make sure that you have a plan to at least walk out of there with 5 contacts, at least 5 contacts. And why I say 5 contacts is because you went to that event for a purpose. And by going to that event, you want to make sure that you can connect with someone outside of that. Now, I gave you a way immediately of connecting with 5 people is by joining their Facebook group. And so when you actually get there, you can now connect that face with the contact that you're going to be connecting with. But make sure that you have a plan to just go and connect with someone. Don't go to the event and just be a wanderer and not talk to anybody because you've already made the connections prior to that. But if you haven't had time to stop on the Facebook group, at least go there and make an effort to connect with 5 people. Make sure that you're actively listening. Again, we talked about that as far as part of the 8 ways of starting a conversation is you have to be able to listen. So therefore you be able to have something to follow up with them, something that you can remember to kind of spark the conversation the next time that you meet with them. Again, exchange information is so easy nowadays because of the internet that you can exchange information so quickly once you connect with somebody. Again, I gave you all those platforms of ways of communicating, and you can easily connect with them right then and there, and even really set an appointment while you're there, a follow-up appointment. Because the next step of the plan is you have to have a follow-up. See, when I go to a networking event, I have this little handy thing right here in my hand. I'm using it all the time that I'm there. I'm setting an appointment right when I leave there. And I actually have a follow-up script in my phone that I can automatically send to them. Because one thing I know from anytime you go to a networking event, whether it's in person or virtually, 24 hours after you go to that networking event, you're forgotten about. So it's important that you make sure that we have a follow-up plan in place. You do not want to go to the networking event and not have a follow-up process. And make sure that you're engaging with them on all their social media platforms. I know a lot of times that some people are just, on Instagram or Twitter, but guess what? You want to make sure when they say there's 7 streams of income, there's 7 ways of getting visibility, and there's 7 ways of connection. So we want to make sure that we have connected with them on all social media. Look them up on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. See if they're on WhatsApp. Go through all those platforms that I mentioned to you and see if they are connected on those platforms. It is so important that we stay socially engaged with all of our prospects that we meet. Now, real quickly, when we talk about going to networking events, again, virtually or in person, please make sure that you have your camera on. Please do not go to a virtual event or online event and do not have your camera on, because the one thing we want to make sure that we are seen, heard, and noticed. And the only way that we can do that is if we're in person. And people want to know who they're doing business with. Okay, so we want to make sure that we're showing up and ready 100%. But there are 5 type of networkers, and I'm going to go through these networkers real quick to just let you know, so you can be able to identify what networker you are, or the networker that you want to associate yourself with, whether it's in person or virtually. So we have the first networkers we call the social butterfly. This is the type of networker that is an attention grabber. She's one of those socialites, or he or she is one of those socialites who thrives on social interaction. They're outgoing, they're charismatic, they have so much energy. You can be able to find them when you get into the room. A lot of times I say do a 360 panoramic view of the room. Stand there and you'll be able to see all these 5 networkers, and then you can determine where you want to go or where you fit in best. But the first one is the social butterfly. Again, attention grabber, full of energy, social interaction. They're charismatic. They enjoy talking and engaging with others. You will see them. They make people feel so good when they come into a networking event. Then you have number 2, the expert observer. This is the type of networker who is highly knowledgeable in their field and possesses valuable insight, see, in their expertise. But see, this type of person here, they approach networking with a focus. Okay, they're focused on just sharing their knowledge and often offering valuable advice. They're not necessarily trying to, pass out that business card and give it to you. They just want to maybe do a highlight of themselves because they feel like they're the experts. They're the know-it-alls. I could say that. They're the know-it-all people, but they give good value that you can actually kind of say, okay, maybe I want to get with them. And they're going to be the type of people that's going to be focused in. They're going to be kind of leaning in, body position. And we could talk about that later, but body position and how they lean into the conversation. So pay attention, whether it's virtually in person, because everyone's body position is a form of communicating. And again, we could talk about that later. The third one is going to be the buffet eaters. Now, this is where networking really happens, is at the buffet line. I always say the conversation starts at the back of the line, not at the front of the line. Reason why? Because all the information trails back to the back of the line. You can know who's who, where they've been, how they were, what they're doing, who their connection is, who their boss is. You can get all that information at the buffet line. And then sometimes people just primarily go to these events just to eat. They're not necessarily looking to network with anybody. They're kind of what I call the nosy rosies, if you know what I mean. That word's been out, the nosy rosies. Look, okay, I'm going to go here and get me a few appetizers, drinks, maybe before my way home, kind of get a little bit of information about who's who in the, and see if I fit in there. But those are the buffet eaters. Now, fourth one is the walkers, or I call the connectors. These are the type of networkers that is focused on building relationships and connecting with people. And you will see them because they're genuinely trying to connect and start a conversation. They're proactively seeking opportunities to collaborate. So you're going to find them talking a little bit more about you, who you are, what you do, what kind of business that you do. So they're not focused on themselves. They're more focused on the individual that they're trying to connect with. And see, that's one thing when you come to networking, it's not about you. When you go to networking, you're not networking for yourself, you're networking for someone else. The fifth one is going to be our goal setters or strategies. These networkers approach networking with a clear set goal and a strategy. They're going to go in, come out with exactly what they're looking for. If they say they're going in to connect with 5 people, they have a goal, they have a strategy of how they're going to do it. They've already researched the event. They know who's there. They kind of even got a diagram of the room. So these networkers, they're ready, they're strong, they're moving. So you have to look at all these different networkers and see where you fit in the space of networking or communicating. It's really easy. I know a lot of times we get intimidated when we go into networking events, but it is so easy to understand how these actually work, how these function when you come into networking. So figure out which networker you are, figure out where you want to be, and then you can go from there to determine how you want to proceed from there. Okay. The fourth one real quick is how do LinkedIn connect with communication? Well, I love LinkedIn. I am just a LinkedIn person because it is 810 million users on LinkedIn. Did I mention it was a free platform? It is a free platform. And there's so many ways that you can authentically grow your network space. Okay, there's so many ways that you can grow your network, your followers. There's so many things that you can do with LinkedIn. I mean, I just love it. But the first way how we're going to incorporate conversation with LinkedIn is making sure that we have the best LinkedIn profile. Because again, I talk about first impressions are everything. And that's what people will see. I always like to use an analogy like when you go to the gas station, you pump in the gas and you meet someone for the very first time, they're meeting you in person. They're meeting you as you are. They're meeting who you are. They're not meeting someone that took a picture five years ago that was very beautiful. They're meeting you as you are today. And that's how we want to think about LinkedIn. So the first thing we want to make sure is our profile picture is perfect. We do a LinkedIn bootcamp, which we're going to be doing again in August. Definitely would be a way, if you don't have your LinkedIn together, to be able to join that bootcamp. But the very first thing we want to talk about is getting your profile picture together. Use your profile, high quality picture. Okay. Again, your profile picture is going to speak for everything. We want to make sure that your backgrounds are not bad. We want to make sure everything about your profile looks professional. Okay. If you do a selfie, make sure the selfie's good, but make sure it's of a high quality selfie. Make sure that your position, your body position speaks to what you do, who you are. I mean, bring attention to your picture. It is so important. We also want to talk about the next thing is our headline. What does it say? What does your headline say? Is it going to just give a one or two blurbs about you? No, you want to give a little bit more information about who you are and how they connect with you. Why is your business a part of something that they would be looking for? Make sure that you have a professional banner. I always say your picture and your banner can speak a whole lot, because a lot of times with LinkedIn, they're always changing. LinkedIn is something similar to Facebook. The algorithms change all the time. But here's the cool thing. LinkedIn has about this much of the profile of what grabs people's attention. Okay. They will eventually look down the rest of your profile, but you want to make this banging at the very top. You want to make sure that it is an attention grabber. And one of the ways is you got to have a nice picture. Again, high quality picture, nice, beautiful, professional profile picture. You want to make sure your banner speaks to your business, what you do, put some examples. Now you can even do banners with videos. So when they click on there, then they can see a little bit of your video. It's a short video, but they can see a little bit of what you do. We want to intrigue them, give them something to continue the conversation. Remember the 8 things we talked about. We want to keep them engaged in our page. We want to make sure they want to say, let me read just a little bit further. Make sure that you craft again your headline to make it to be really, really good, to make sure that people can understand exactly what it is that you do. Make sure your summary speaks to your business, because what happens is when someone clicks on your profile, if they happen to get past that new format that they have, which talks about your summary, your business, and everything else is further down, we want to give them, what is it that you really do? How can you help your potential prospect that is looking to do business with you? So we talk about SEO, the keywords and all that stuff with Google, kind of the same thing, because they're being able to pick up certain words. If they're looking for planners, when they do cell navigation, if you have that, they can do all the filters and they can look at who they're going to be able to talk to. And if one of those keywords fall into them pulling your page, you want to make sure that you have a good information of how you can solve the problem. How can you be a benefit to that company? And you want to or to the person that's looking for you. So you want to make sure that you really highlight that. Your expertise, detail your work expertise, focus on what you're doing right now. Focus on how your entrepreneur or your business is a part of your business of what you're doing. Don't overcrowd it. Make sure you kind of get to the specific points of what you're doing. It really, really helps the prospect who's looking to do business with you, or the corporation that's looking to do business with you. We want to make it clear and concise. Make sure that all your information is updated. Do not have anything, website, email address, and all that stuff that is not updated. Because I'm telling you that people that are looking for you are not going on LinkedIn, are not going to be going to different social medias to find you. You want to make sure your Twitter link works, your Instagram, everything goes directly to a connect with you, a direct connect to get more information about who you are and what you do. It's so important that we make sure that we have those things updated on a consistent basis. If you change something, even if you do something new to your website, put a post out there and talk about, some new added things to your website. Use the feature section, which is where you can put your latest updated posts. Okay. You can put your latest updated posts. You could put videos. You could put everything. Again, that's at that front section of your LinkedIn page. You want to give them something to look at. Now, yes, there's a portion there where it has all your posts, but sometimes if they can click on just a feature right quick of an amazing video that you have that's eye-catching, that's catching, they won't go any further. But if they have to continue to read further down, which some will, but you want to make sure that all your information coincides exactly with what you do. Don't put like you're in one field, like you're in 3 different fields. We want to make sure that we can concentrate on the very first thing that makes us the most money. If that's what you're doing, then you can incorporate those other things later. But make sure that we're not giving them a goose chase, that they're not having to figure out, okay, does she do this or does he do this or does he do that? We have to make sure that everything is professionally following one lead. Okay. And then you can always add the other components inside after, you've made an appointment and you've talked to them, you started building a relationship with them. Now you can figure out what other things that they need. And if your resource data bank, which I always call networking, we're building our resource bank, you can pull from your resource bank to help your clients so you can be that one-stop shop. But make sure we're not all over the place. We want to make sure that we have a way that they can understand effectively what we do. We do not want to have multiple things listed and they have to figure it out because they won't follow up. They won't connect with us. Make sure that you have your education updated. Make sure that you have the current highest education that you have. Make sure that you have your skill sets down. And while you're at your skill sets, get people to solidify what you do in your skills. I mean, there's people who can co-sign on what your skills are. And that helps, again, you move up the ladder when they actually are looking for you. The more skills that people co-sign on for you in your page, the better. Testimonials is another amazing thing that you can have in your profile because now people are saying, hey, I've worked with her or him and they did an amazing job for me. So that's going to give the potential prospect even more reason to want to connect with you because now the testimonies, you have some things there that's showing your credibility, the work that you've done, and people will be more apt to want to connect with you, to follow up and to call you. Make sure that you list your volunteer services because I know a lot of times way down is down at the bottom, but a lot of times when people and prospects do go further, they want to know who you are. They want to kind of get familiar with you. What are some things that you have in common? And sometimes they want to see that, we do other things of serving our community. Yes, we do things for our business to make our business grow, but we want to be able to be that community servant leader as well. And what do we do as a part of our volunteer services? I mean, how do we do that? And we want to make sure that we put that there because you will be amazed at what other people do and they're connected together. So sometimes, again, when they're pulling all your information and they're trying to find that particular right prospect, these are some of the things that they do. So I'm so super excited. Again, I could talk about mastering the art of communication all day long. But again, I am the owner of Tapped In Magazine. We're gearing up for our August edition, and we would love for amazing entrepreneurs to be featured into our publications. So go to Tap In, that's TAPIN magazine.org, and get more information about how to be featured in our upcoming issue.
Dr. Tandra Price, thank you so much for sharing. That was powerful. We appreciate you and thank you for being here. Yes. And thank you for sharing that wisdom.
Yes, genius is coming. We'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side. So I want to thank you so much for being here. My name is Enolia Foti, and I am coming to you from Angola, Africa. I am the founder and CEO of Enolia LLC, co-founder of Easy Step Group, director of operations for Vision Afrique, and the chief content officer for Fade Unite TV. And I want to remind you that this Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school students going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund and use Cash App that's on the screen below, and use the code $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we also want to remember our sponsors, for without the sponsors, we couldn't do this. So we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. A hearty thank you to NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Applications, and of course, the Black Business Expo. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the other side. Genius is common.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you